need personalized merchandise? Trying to celebrate the season of that big state run? Then Juju Promotions in New Madrid has you covered. Whether it's heat presses, screen printing, or embroidery, we always have an option that will leave you satisfied and looking your best. With seasonal styles and plenty of accessories, there's something here for everyone. So come in and shop around. You'll be welcome with a smile and leave more fashionable than ever. Call us at 573-748-4040 or visit us in New Madrid.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Just remember, if Ultramoreland is not on the back of your vehicle, you paid too much.
From the Sikeston Fieldhouse, just located off Pine Street in Sikeston, Missouri, we welcome you to night number 2 of the 2023 SEMO Men's Basketball Tournament, SEMO Conference Men's Basketball Tournament, that is. And tonight, another triple header in store, an action-packed triple header in store with 3 teams featuring 3 different storylines. And quite simply, it could be a night to remember, a night of anticipation coming up a little bit later. We'll tell you about that as the night progresses. Meanwhile, we welcome you to the Notre Ag Solutions pregame. Joe Northern alongside Corey Sisk. And we talk about a bunch of night of anticipations. That is indeed for a 7 o'clock game with the home debut of PJ Farmer, other in another uniform than a Charleston Blue Jay uniform.
Yeah, PJ Farmer coming in as a transfer from Charleston this year. I don't know much about the Farmer kid. He's a great athlete on the basketball court. I excelled in soccer. I did work with PJ's mother back a couple years ago. I know she's excited for him to be here. She's excited for him to debut in that Sikeston uniform. And to be honest with you, Joe, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Absolutely. That'll be our game coming up at 7 o'clock tonight as Sikeston will take on the number 8 seed Kennett. Meanwhile, let's talk about this game we have coming up next between Jackson and Poplar Bluff, 2 of the larger schools in the region by size, but also kind of mid-range in the tournament. Jackson, the 4 seed, the defending runner-up. Poplar Bluff getting all the way to the consolation final as a 5 seed, but both playing a little bit hurt tonight without some of their key components. No Blaine Harris for Jackson. He is out with an elbow injury. And also, too, believe Darius Graham also out tonight for the Poplar Bluff Mules. So when you're down at 2 of your leading scorers on this team, you have to try to figure out what can we do to put the pieces together.
Yeah, I think obviously Jackson's got some being out with, as we said, with Blaine Thomas. But I think, as I look down on the roster, they got 2 6'5" out on the court. They've got a 6'6" out on the court. They've got a 6'4" out on the court. So I know that's one of their leading scorers, and he's out. But I think with the height they've got, I think they've got enough guys there to pick up that slack.
Not only that, but a very athletic Jackson team. One player to keep an eye out last year who had a dynamite performance in this tournament, Judd Toma, averaging nearly a double-double during every game of this tournament last season, still continuing to be a major part of Corey Toma's squad. Meanwhile, for a Poplar Bluff team that has a little bit more veteran leadership underneath their team, not leaning in too much on size and height. They have a little bit in height, coming in with number 10, Torrance Williams, coming in at 6'6", but also to a team that hasn't been known to really try to put up as much on the board, but really trying to play some stout defense. What do the Mules need to do tonight to try to shut down Jackson?
I think the Mules are going to have to play defense. I think they're going to have to get in the face and try to figure out a way to get someone in the face of these bigger guys. If not, I think Jackson's going to kill them down low at the post.
It could be a battle of post players coming up between these two teams. As again, Jackson, a team that made it all the way to the Final Four in Class 6, first Final Four in over 80 years for the program. Poplar Bluff, a program last season that finished out. Just got the notes in front of me.
They posted a record of 10 and 16.
10 and 16, Poplar Bluff team that's really just trying to find the way up. Jackson coming in at Jackson coming off one of their most successful seasons ever, going to the Final Four. Looking at the teams and what they've done this season so far, Jackson kind of changed things up a little bit. Normally they don't play too many tournaments before the SEMO Conference tournament, but did just that by dropping the Lindbergh tournament this season and playing to the St. Francis Borga Turkey tournament, going 1-2, but always a great opportunity to try to get in front of some teams and faces that you don't really get to see down here in this league.
Yeah, Jackson is probably, one of the biggest schools in our area, if not the biggest school in our area, coming in at Class 6. They're probably one of the most athletic schools in our area. They're excelling at football, they're excelling at basketball, soccer. So they're definitely one of our top schools in the area, and playing in some of these bigger tournaments, they're getting the competition that they wouldn't otherwise see. And I think it's a great thing for their program, and obviously it's helped them out over the years.
Poplar Bluff coming into this game at 2-3 on the season with a home loss at Kickapoo to kick things off, and then going 2-1 in the Duke Herbert Classic before losing to Kankakee High School in the Black Diamond Harley-Davidson shootout on Saturday, 74-47. So Jackson coming in at 1-2. Bluff coming in at 2-3 on the young season so far, but every day is a winding road. Every tournament starts anew. So it all begins coming up with Jackson and Poplar Bluff, our 4-5 matchup, and a big triple header for you tonight here in night number 2 of the 2023 SEMO Conference Tournament. We'll step aside and get you the starting lineups and opening tip in just a moment. This is the SEMO Conference Tournament on Aycorp Sports.
When we look, we listen. When we evaluate, we understand. We get you to the right number without treating you like one. At Southeast Primary Care, we know your relationship with your doctor is one of the keys to get you better and keep you well. Our network of providers connects you to the brightest minds and latest technologies. It's a healthy relationship. Southeast Primary Care, always by your side.
What First State Community Bank means to me is, it says it in its name, community.
We're family, we care about one another, whether it's in our SEMO markets or we can reach out to someone in Farmington, Columbia. They're always there to assist.
We are very customer focused. Our employees do a great job with listening to the customers.
The tellers know 100% of all customers by their name.
If you want to feel at home, then walk into the doors of First State Community Bank.
Southern Custom Meats in Dexter, Missouri is providing you with the best in custom butchering, fresh vegetables, and farm fresh eggs. Call now or visit us today and see the Southern Custom Meats difference for yourself.
Missouri State Senator Jason Bean, representing Butler, Carter, Dunklin, Mississippi, New Madrid, Oregon, Pemiscot, Ripley, Stoddard, and Wayne counties, would like to wish all the Southeast Missouri basketball programs in the 25th District a safe and successful season.
My name is Kevin Rossville. I'm a farmer from Prairie County, Arkansas. Been farming since 1991. Started farming with my father-in-law when I got married. We've been raising rice ever since. We've all been looking for something for a change for years. And I think this 263L is going to be the next and up and coming thing for us. It's really going to work well on a lot of different ground and a lot of different farms around here.
Dynagro 263L, available exclusively at Nutrient Ag Solutions.
Back here at Sikeston High School, starting lineups being introduced, and we'll introduce you to them as well. Starting for the visiting Poplar Bluff Mules, it'll be a 6'3 senior, number 5, Cameron Settle. Wearing number 10, the big fella for the Mules, 6'6 senior, number 10, Torrance Williams. Preston Moore, 6'4 senior, wearing number 13. Marlon Hickman Robertson, the 6'1 senior, wearing number 24. And the coach's son, Brendan Durden, 6'1 junior, wearing number 30. Mules coached by Will Durden, assisted by Aaron Duncan, Dominique Hardman, and Dave McCormick. Meanwhile, for the Jackson Indians, their lineup goes like this. It'll be Braden Toma leading off by wearing number 1, 5'11 senior. Cole Deck, well, again, their large player going to be in post at 6'6, a junior, wearing number 4. Judd Toma wearing number 14, 6'5 senior. Gavin Holdman, also a 6'5 senior, wearing number 22. And Lee Ivy at 6'4 junior. And the Indians coached by Corey Toma, assisted by Corey Brownsberger, Luther Bonds, Reagan McDowell, and Rob Johnson. So it is going to be our opening matchup here tonight. Jackson trying to get their way back to a tournament championship or a tournament championship game. They did that last year as a 5 seed. Can they do it and start their road again here tonight? We're underway. Glad you're with us here on night number 2 of the SEMO Conference tournament. Jackson wasting no time. Bluff looking like they're settling in a little bit of a stacked defense. Here's Toma with the bounce pass, going to float out of play. So one thing we were expecting from Poplar Bluff tonight is you're going to see aggressive defense kind of been playing more so in the paint and the post. Try to stop Jackson, which does have the height ability, but also has some quick athletic ability too. Shot on the way, missed it. Rebound back in the hands of the Mules.
Yeah, I think Poplar Bluff came in and did a really good job on that first possession of trying to contain Jackson to the top of the key.
And Bluff wasting no time to get things moving quickly. Shot up, off the mark. Rebound again by Moore. Banks it and one. And that's the start the Mules exactly wanted.
Yeah, the Mules come out. Like I said, he drew in the foul, came out, got the first possession, got it down low to one of the big guys and made something happen.
That foul's going to be on Gavin Holdman. That'll be his first and team's first. So we will see Preston Moore at the line complete the three-point play. So again, Jackson trying to move quickly. They're in their home white uniforms, black letters, red trim. Bluff in their away maroon uniforms with gray trim and white numbers. Toma down on the lower right wing. Bottom right from our vantage point, high above here at Sikeston Fieldhouse. Now back to Toma, Judd Toma that is. Settling up now to Braden in the upper left wing. Gets it down to Cole Deck. Deck trying to find a way outside. Bluff doing a great job trying to guard the key in paint, in perimeter. Trying to force Jackson to play some perimeter offense. Taken away by the Mules. Bobbled and a loss, picked up again by the Indians. Lee Ivy wasting no time. Gets it now up to Toma, left to right. Settling back up to Cole Deck. Toma fakes, gets it outside, finding Judd Toma on the right key. Settling near the top. Again back to Braden Toma. And over to Gavin Holdman. Shot is up, off the mark. Rebound back in the hands of the Mules. And it's going to be a foul picked up on the Indians once more.
Joe, I like the way Bluff is playing defense. They're containing Jackson. They're shutting those big guys down low. And it's something that we talked about in pregame. They have to find a way to shut those 6'5", 6'6" guys down low to keep them from getting the ball and keep everything to the top of the key, and they've done that so far.
Mules taking control. Only the bucket and the foul from Preston Moore is the score. And, of course, Torrance Williams gets that in right as I just say that. 5-0 our score. The Mules wasting no time. 2 on their offensive possessions, doing a great job of cutting through the Jackson defense. But what can the Indians do to try to respond? Here's Toma again. Toma on the right side, 2-on-1. Picked up and taken away by Settle. Settle now going back up to Preston Moore to move quickly right to left. Gets it outside to find Hickman Robertson. 2-on-1 pressure. Gets it outside to find Moore. Moore fakes, almost losing it. Tries to bank it off the board. Can't do it. The Indians quickly moving back the other way. 5-0 our score. And the first 2:45 in this one. Settling now back up to Ivy. Finding Toma again. And Braden Toma going to reset, try to slow the offense down for just a moment. Gets it out to Holdman. Holdman now in pressure to Toma, 2-on-1. Can't get it, just an air ball shot. And Bluff now wasting no time. Here's Williams. Williams, jumper, got it. Back-to-back buckets from Torrance, Williams, and Judd Toma wants to think it over.
Poplar Bluff's looking really good, Joe, on defense and on offense. I mean, they're working together as a big unit, as a whole team, and it's really paying off for them so far.
Absolutely. Just the precision that the Mules have done quickly to get this moving is not what we expected from the start, but also, too, both teams down with their key components. No Blaine Harris for Jackson, and no Darius Graham for the Mules. Well, actually, correction, Darius Graham is in the game. I believe it displays Roland, who we won't be seeing tonight for Poplar Bluff. But nonetheless, the Mules all in control this evening. Tonight's game is brought to you by Southern Bank, with many locations across Southeast Missouri. Southern Bank, here for your banking needs. Joe Northern, Corey Sisk, the whole crew with you, back for night number 2. And it's been it's been all Mules in the first roughly 3.5 in this first quarter. Jackson going to have to try to counter one way or another as Braden Thompson now entering the game. Up at the top is Judd Toma. Gets it outside to Deck. The Mules again trying to guard the paint as much as they can. Toma now on the outside. Lobs it out. Finding Holdman. Holdman fakes, looks. Now gets it outside again to Toma for 3. Way off the mark, but the answer back from Judd Toma. And the Indians get on the board, but not before 3 minutes and 50 seconds of going scoreless.
Judd Toma wasted no time getting the rebound and going right back up for the shot to get Jackson on the board.
Here's Settle in control. Now finding Hickman Robertson. Can't do it. And picked up once more by the Indians. Now they're trying to quickly move back the other way, trying to beat the Bluff defensive pressure. Looks like they're kind of going with a little bit of a 2-3, maybe a little man-to-man mixed in there too. We'll get a whistle this time in the Mules. So that'll be on Cameron Settle, and a slew of substitutions going to be coming in. Isaiah Neville entering the game. So is number 3, Jay Edmondson, and number 20, Dallas Williams, into the game for Poplar Bluff. So Indians again on the inbounds pass. Got to try to beat the 5. A little bit of pressure coming in from Edmondson. Shot on the way from Deck. Can't get it. Rebound. Good to go for number 33 and Braden Thompson.
Jackson's starting to get something going on offense now. I mean, they're starting to find their open players down low, coming up with rebounds and getting up with shots.
They're doing a great job getting those second chance buckets to really benefit from the mistakes that they do have. Shot, fake up, tripped, picked up once more by the Indians on the turnover. Here's Toma trying to keep it on his own, but a whistle on the reach in. So Marlon Hickman Roberson going to be picking up the foul. That'll be his first team foul, number 2. So Hickman Roberson just going in quickly on the reach in. Here's Deck. Deck gets it out to find Toma. Toma setting up to Braden Toma up top. Bluff wasting no time. Out to Toma for a long 2. Can't get it. A whistle, and it'll be it off. And the 3 seconds in the lane, and an offensive foul, I beg your pardon. This time on Jackson. And already 2 on Holdman in the first 5 minutes of this one.
Yeah, he's definitely playing real physical, but he's got to be careful. He's going to get himself in foul trouble early on.
So 2 fouls already for Holdman. He is going to be stepping aside. Next man up for the Indians is Keegan Stutzman, wearing number 12. Here's Neville. Neville gets it out to Edmondson. Edmondson at the top. Edmondson settles back, finding Williams. Williams, the jumper from the key, way outside the key, pardon me, can't get it. Rebound back in the hands of the Indians. They're quickly moving back the other way. Trying to connect to Thompson for the up. Blocked again. Blocked another time. Back-to-back blocks for Williams, but the Indians still hang on with it. Here is Toma. Toma settling it out to Stutzman. A long 3 from Deck. Banks it in. Jackson on a 7-0 run in and of their own. And we're knotted up at 7.
You're not going to find much defense being played better than that possession right there by Poplar Bluff, but also a credit to Jackson for staying with the ball, getting the rebounds after 2 block shots and going up with a 3-point.
Jackson want to try to continue the scoring run here. Here's Thompson, 3-on-1 pressure, loses it. Bluff trying to get a hand on it. No backcourt, they say, play on. A bump in on number 10, Torrance Williams. That'll be another foul on the Mules. So Jackson riding the momentum, going on a 7-0 scoring run. Poplar Bluff started with the 7-0 scoring run. With a minute 43 remaining here in the first. So we'll have more substitutions coming in. Cameron Settle returning to the game for Jay Edmondson. And it'll be Keegan Stutzman to inbound. Gets it out to find Thompson. Thompson inside pressure coming in for Toma. Gets it outside to find Cole Deck. Deck inside the paint, but loses it. And another key paint turnover for the Indians tonight. And a timeout called by Poplar Bluff and Will Durden. Knotted up at 1:29 remaining here in the first. We'll keep it here, let you know. Obviously, some of the other upcoming action here tonight on the network. As soon as we're done with this one, it's going to be Sikeston and Kennett. And the home debut of really what's going to be a star-studded Sikeston lineup. After playing some games on the road this season, that'll be our 7 o'clock game. They'll be taking on Kennett. And then at 8:30, our first winner-go-home game as Notre Dame will be taking on Dexter. That'll be the 7 and 9 matchup coming up at 8:30 tonight. But already pretty exciting start for this one, with each team going on a 7-0 scoring run with a minute 29 remaining here in the first. Here's Durden now, crossing the timeline, gets it up to Neville. Neville trying to keep it, fakes and looks out to Moore. Moore again, looking for Williams. On a double dribble, gonna go back to Jackson. The one thing I've noticed that really between these two teams, they're playing physical energy, but at the same time, we're seeing some of those few middle mistakes when they have a chance to try to get it up and in. There's somebody waiting on defense to try to poke it out.
Yeah, they're playing so physical. They're starting to get themselves in a little bit of foul trouble, but then again, they're playing so physical or so fast on offense, they're starting to make a lot of mistakes. Some mistakes that may cost them in the end of the game as close as we have here.
Less than a minute to play here in the first. Long three on the way, in and out for Cole Deck. Poplar Bluff moving the other way. Here's Durden again, trying to keep it on his own. Durden can't keep his hands on it. And trying to connect in, but a little too late for Preston Moore. So it'll go back to Jackson again. Those little mistakes on offense, just trying to move a little bit too quickly. So it may be a good time to kind of slow down that offense. Still play physical, but you're going to have to slow it down just a little bit to at least give your guys some foul breaks and try to move forward and get into some shots in the paint.
Yeah, they need to take their time coming up and down the court, focus on really setting that offense, setting their screens real good and taking good, decent shots.
Deck going to be off the mark. Offensive board for Lee Ivy. Settling up again for Judd Toma. Toma on the right side of the key. Can't get it up, but a foul. Another reach-up foul for Preston Moore. And so we'll see the Indians go back to the free throw line. And the 6'5 senior Judd Toma, key component for this Jackson lineup, to try to break the lead, continue the Jackson scoring run too, but misses the first. Some quiet scoring in the first, 17.3 here in this one, but the Mules trying to stop the Jackson scoring run as they go over 2 at the charity stripe. Mules quickly moving it back the other way. Hickman Roberson takes it up on his own, can't do it, can't get it in for a second time. Third time the charm, but going to be a jump ball, and he'll stay with the Mules with 7.4 to go.
I really like the effort by Robertson on that play. He gets the rebound, goes up, misses his own layup, gets his own rebound, and goes back up. Obviously draws a jump ball. I thought it was a foul from up here. Ends up being a jump ball. So I really liked his effort.
Outside pass, Indians quickly taking it, trying to get it up with the last 2 seconds to go. It's Toma off the backboard as Graham will scoop it up. That is how this first quarter will come to a close. Both teams going on 7-0 scoring runs, but nothing more or less. Knotted up at 7 as we head to the second. Back in a moment on Aycorp Sports. 7-7 is our score as Jackson goes on a 7-0 scoring run, still on a 7-0 active scoring run. Poplar Bluff getting the first 7 in the first quarter. As we take a look at some of the scoring right now, as you mentioned, shot selection not strong for either team. Jackson going 3 for 15. Mules also going 3 for 10.
Yeah, Jackson 0 for 2 from the free throw line. The Mules 1 for 1. Pretty even scoring. I mean, we're 7-7 ball game. 14 points total scored in the first quarter. It's a low scoring ball game, Joe. I think it just credits both teams' defense and how they're playing. We didn't have a whole lot of fouls. Neither team got themselves in foul trouble in the first quarter. So if that's what we have to look forward to the rest of the ball game, we're going to be in store for a good one.
That we very well could be. It could be a tale of first to 50 wins, if anything, too. The Indians still going left to right from your vantage point. Going up to Thompson. Thompson now settles up. Gets over now to Braden Toma. And at top of the arc is Stutzman. Stutzman now back to Cole Deck. Deck again to Toma. Poplar Bluff spreading out the defense just a little bit more. Little hybrid man-to-man going on. Gets it inside to find Thompson. Bounce pass outside. Looking for Stutzman for 3. It goes! Keegan Stutzman keeps the streak going for the Indians, and it's a 10-7 game.
Great ball movement by Jackson until they found an open Keegan Stutzman to get it in for a 3-point shot.
And a great placement for the offensive foul, too. That's going to go against Preston Moore. That'll be his first personal. Or second personal, pardon me, in the first of the quarters. So now we're starting to see Jackson kind of coming of their own to start not only the second quarter, but we saw some signs of it going into the first.
Yeah, Jackson's picked up a 10-0 run now for the ball game, 3-0 for the second quarter. So they're really starting to find their groove with things and kind of work out those jitters.
Back in the hands of Toma. Toma, cross-court pass, looks up to Deck. Deck
nice
answering
move.
back. Love the precision and an inside shot from Cole Deck. And the Indians on a 12-0 scoring run.
I like the down-low movement by Cole Deck. Awesome job with that play.
Hickman Roberson can't get it. Foul's going to stay on the floor as that's going to go against the Indians. I believe that'll be on Keegan Stutzman. That'll be his first, team's first. So again, with the new rule, foul trouble can quickly mount up on you. So both teams kind of playing tactful defense, I think is maybe the more proper term that we're looking for.
Yeah, they're playing physical defense, but they're playing smart defense too.
And a foul's going to be picked up once more on the Indians. And that'll be on Braden Toma and his first, team foul number 2. So again, if you rack up too many of those quickly, 5 now with the new rules, it'll be free throws and getting your skilled free throw shooters in foul territory. Here's Neville. Neville gets it up, can't get it, but the putback coming up from Torrance Williams, and we're back to a one-possession game.
Torrance Williams has been all over the court, both offensive and defensively tonight.
6 of the 9 Poplar Bluff points. Gets it up now to Graham. Graham trying to take it up, gets it outside to find Durden for 3, off the right side, and picked up by Jackson to slow it down, moving the other way. So the Indians with a 12-0 scoring run before the putback from Torrance Williams. Trying to extend this to a 2-possession lead. Shot is short. Scooped up again by Torrance Williams. Take it the other way. Williams gets it out, finding Neville on the right side of the Poplar Bluff wing. At the top of the arc is Hickman Roberson. Inside again, who else but Torrance Williams. Back-to-back buckets for the senior.
Make that 8 for Torrance Williams.
So Torrance Williams, 8 of the Poplar Bluff 11 so far in a 1-point game with 5:21 remaining here in half number 1. Shot is up and can't get it in for Braden Thompson. Jackson having a little bit of trouble with those paint shots, just not able to execute them thanks to the Poplar Bluff defense.
Yeah, but Poplar Bluff's playing phenomenal defense. They have all game. I've credited their defense. Jackson's just really having a hard time with some of those shots that's contested.
Shot is up and a slam inside for Gavin Holdman. Braden Toma assisting in on the dish.
And that'll get your team fired up in a hurry.
Will not only get them fired up, but at least give you some momentum inside the paint. It's the Mules now trying to take it back the other way, down again by 3. 4:39 to go here in the second. Up top is Graham towards William. Left side of the wing, inside the paint. Hickman Roberson can't get it. Tries to go for a double putback. Triple, yes sir, and the foul. So Marlon Roberson answering right back, and now a chance for the Mules to tie it up. Kind of proving the old theory, if at first you don't succeed, try again, and trying to force that contact with Jackson paid off for him.
That's been several of Poplar Bluff's points tonight. Is they've not given up. They played very physical, getting their own rebounds, going back up, and either making the shot or at least drawing a foul.
Shot is up and took a little second. Pinballs in, and we're knotted up at 14. So Poplar Bluff on a little scoring run of their own. 3 seconds in the lane, another foul going to be picked up on Jackson. So that'll be on Braden Toma and his second, and now you're starting to see more of the Jackson squad with 2 fouls early in this one.
Yeah, and 4 team fouls so far for Jackson here in the second quarter. So Poplar Bluff shooting 2 shots the rest of the quarter now.
So here come the Mules the other way. Edmondson now at the top of the arc. Jackson trying to control the defense, but a 3 shot on the way from Brendan Durden, and the Mules back it up top. Their first lead since 7-0 at the start of this one. Toma again. Tried to get past Marlon Roberson. Judd Toma was looking for the connection to Cole Deck, couldn't do it. A whistle and a foul on the Mules. So that'll be on Brendan Durden. It'll be his first and team foul number 2. He's trying to reach in a little bit on Cole Deck, but got caught looking.
Yeah, Coach Will Durden, he does not like the call. I think he's saying he wasn't reaching. He was swatting at the ball.
He's trying to go for the swat, but nonetheless, whistle is called. Here come the Indians the other way. Jackson Shock in the game wearing number 3. Here's Cole Deck. Deck looking on the left side of the key, can't get it. Answers right back on the putback, and still a 1-point game. The Mules now quickly moving back the other way. They've been riding the momentum for the middle part of this second quarter, want to keep it going. Hickman Roberson out to Durden for 3. That's short. Rebounded again by Jackson. Here comes Deck again. Deck gets it up to find Toma. Toma guarded away from Hickman Roberson. Finding Jackson Shock. Cross-court pass now to Toma. Cross-wing pass, that is. Bounce pass now to Lee Ivy. Inside now to find Colton Toma. Fakes, looks, tries to get it, but a whistle going to be picked up on Dallas Williams. For correction, that's going to be on Jay Edmondson on the reach-in. It looks like from our view, Dallas Williams is trying to go in for the swat, just as you mentioned earlier, but it'll be Edmondson getting the whistle.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going in for that swat, if he's getting a wrist or a hand, but that's twice now.
Shock bounce pass, finds it up and in for Lee Ivy, and the Indians reclaim the lead. So again, the second chance opportunities have been the key for the Indians for most of the scoring in this first half. The Mules trying to answer back, and a whistle going to be on the Indians once more. So free throws the rest of the way for Poplar Bluff as we'll see Jay Edmondson, the 5'10 junior, the shortest man on this Poplar Bluff lineup, head of the line, along with Micah Insko.
Jay Edmondson shooting 2.
So see what Jay Edmondson can do to try to even it up or get the Mules in the lead. Makes the first. Second shot is off the mark. Rebound back in the hands of Jackson. Now they're quickly moving the other way. 2:31 remaining here in the second. Sneak inside coming in from Judd Toma, but going to be thrown out of play. It'll be last tipped, however, by, it looked like Blaze Rowland was tipping it away. So our officiating crew saying Jackson's still going to have control of it.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think Blaze Rowland got a fingertip on it and right before it went out of bounds.
Minor stoppage in play for a second, but now we continue. Shock looking for the inbound, finds Cole Deck. Deck near the Bulldog logo, now chasing in, finding Judd Toma. Toma at the top. Toma trying to get inside the paint, throws it up and stolen away by the Mules. Here comes Roberson.
That's one of those mistakes, Joe, that may end up being a little bit costly for them before they go into the half.
Bluff with a chance to take the lead, gets it outside, finding Hickman. Roberson for three. He bakes it in.
Roberson for three.
The threes for the Mules have been catching up, and they take the lead again by 3. The Indians now trying to find a response with 1:44 to go. Here's Shock. Shock gets it out to Toma. Toma back again to Cole Deck. Deck on the inside, throws it up and in inside the paint. Jackson starting to slow down a little bit, take advantage of those paint opportunities and not rush it into it too much.
Yeah, them slowing the things down is going to be key for them. Poplar Bluff is just playing, they're too solid on defense. Jackson's going to have to slow it down, make better decisions when getting rid of the ball or taking shot selections if they want to stay in this ball game or even win the ball game.
Williams, another bucket for him. He's now in double-digit territory tonight. So the Mules leading with 1:01 to go. A shot up and a foul going to be picked up on Poplar Bluff. So again, sound defense is going to be the key. That's going to be on Jay Edmondson. That'll be his second of the quarter, second of the game too. So both teams will be shooting free throws the rest of the way here in this quarter as Cole Deck misses the first. So Darius Graham and Brendan Durden returning to action for Poplar Bluff. And a timeout called by Jackson. Looks like they're going to try to go for the full timeout. Wait and get the official ruling on that. And they will. Oh, 30-second timeout. We'll keep it right here. Coming up, we will have... they will take a full. We'll step aside and be back in 30 seconds. This is the SEMO Tournament on Aycorp Sports. Been a back and forth affair for both of these teams so far tonight, but it's been Poplar Bluff really riding more of the momentum here in this second quarter. 16 second quarter points. Jackson putting up a fair fight too with 13 of their own.
Yeah, both teams playing exceptionally well. I think Poplar Bluff has the upper hand this game, and what's keeping them with the lead and even in the game is their defense. Their defense has just been phenomenal against Jackson. They found a way to shut those bigger guys down low, and they've come up and not played bad offense themselves.
Cole Deck making the second of 2. So he goes 1 for 2 at the charity stripe as we're under a minute to play. Here comes Durden on his own, up and in. And the Mules now up by 4. So both teams now going to try to pick up the pressure just a little bit. Holdman now out to Deck. Deck trying to look inside the paint to connect with Thompson. He can't. He's met by Torrance Williams. Williams wants to take it on his own, and he does. Torrance Williams with an absolute stellar performance so far in this first half.
Yeah, he's playing exceptional good defense, great on offense. I think he's the leading scorer for Poplar Bluff. We'll have those stats coming up for you at halftime, but I believe he's going to have the majority of their points and be their top scorer and maybe even their top performer on defense so far.
We'll see what he can do. The Mules trying to stop the Indians' 6-point lead. Shot blocked away before bouncing off the knee of number 5, Cameron Settle. So Jackson going to be inbounding it to likely go for the last shot with 6.8 left to go. Here's Holdman. Holdman gets up, finding Deck on the right side, shoots it up, way off the mark, and that is how this first quarter comes to a close. Jackson was looking for the foul, but couldn't get it. So it's Poplar Bluff taking a second quarter surge. Jackson trying to answer back to it. They're still staying close. 27-21 our score We'll be back just before the third quarter gets going to get you updated on stats and what we could expect in half number 2. Our halftime score, Poplar Bluff 27, Jackson 21, here at night number 2 of the SEMO Conference Tournament on Aycorp Sports.
At Young Real Estate, we're Southeast Missouri, just like you.
We are parents.
We are teachers.
We are grandparents.
We are active in our community.
We are patriots.
Serving all of Southeast Missouri, and we are here for you.
We are young.
NextEra Energy Resources is the world's largest generator of renewable energy from the wind and sun, and a world leader in energy storage. Since 2016, NextEra Energy Resources has invested more than $339 million in Missouri to fuel local economic growth. Today, our company owns and operates one wind energy facility in the state and is looking to invest even more in the Show Me State. We are committed to being a trusted community partner and look forward to providing affordable, clean, renewable energy for generations of Missourians to come.
Bagby Wealth Management in Dexter, Missouri is helping you with all your retirement planning, 401k rollovers, and financial planning. Contact them or visit them today. Bagby Wealth Management. Your path starts here.
First State Bank and Trust wants to thank the Dexter community for 20 years in business. We're there for you for your first paycheck, buying a home, opening a small business, starting a family, or planning to retire, and everything in between. We're the local bank you know and trust for all of your financial needs. Visit fsbtrust.com or stop by our Dexter branch to explore all your financial options.
We're right here at King Jerry Lawler's Hall of Fame Bar and Grill on world-famous Beale Street, and as you can see, oh my gosh, we have the best barbecue ribs in Memphis. Oh my gosh, the gumbo is out of this world, but you gotta try the King's Triple Decker Slam Burger. You'll love it.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
Growing cotton in the Mid-South is hard work. As a farmer, you make tough decisions every day. Choosing a cotton variety shouldn't be one of them. Next-gen brand varieties from Americot are bred specifically for cotton growers like you. We're 100% independent and farmer-owned. Plant cotton that works as hard as you do. Americot. All we do is cotton, all the time.
At SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care while making our patients feel welcome in our warm and friendly atmosphere. With locations throughout Southeast Missouri, we provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to anyone and everyone that may need it. Visit SEMO Health Network for your wellness exams, COVID and flu vaccinations, lab services, dental exams, counseling, and more. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Do you need personalized merchandise? Trying to celebrate the season of that big state run? Then Juju Promotions in New Madrid has you covered. Whether it's heat presses, screen printing, or embroidery, we always have an option that will leave you satisfied and looking your best. With seasonal styles and plenty of accessories, there's something here for everyone. So come in and shop around. You'll be welcome with a smile and leave more fashionable than ever. Call us at 573-748-4040 or visit us in New Madrid.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Just remember, if Ultramoreland is not on the back of your vehicle, you paid too much.
Welcome back to Sikeston High School. Night number 2 of the SEMO Conference tournament well underway. In our 4-5 matchup, Poplar Bluff leading over Jackson 27-21. Welcome back to the broadcast booth. Joe Northern, Corey Sisk. One big thing that I know we were really taking a look at when it came to the numbers is just quite simply both teams playing aggressive defense, but technical defense that hasn't seen too many trips to the free throw line because of just how tactfully these teams are playing.
That's right. Neither team has gotten themselves in a whole lot of foul trouble. I mean, we did see each team in the double bonus there towards the end of the second quarter. But just to kind of break that down, I mean, entire first half, Jackson's coming in with only 8 fouls. And Poplar Bluff coming in with 4 personal fouls. Great defense. I mean, that's sounds like a lot, but when you think of a whole half of basketball being played and as physical as this game has been, that's really not a whole lot.
Scoring leaders for the Mules, Torrance Williams with 12 points and Marlon Hickman-Roberson with 6, Brendan Durden with 5. Meanwhile, for the Jackson Indians, Cole Deck leading off with 10, but then a slew of players scoring too. You may need a few more players to try to help you out to kind of not just rely on 1 point per bucket from each team.
Yeah, and one thing I want to go back to with Bluff is Torrance Williams. He's their leading scorer, as you mentioned, 12 points. He's got 4 rebounds. He's also got 2 huge blocks. He back to back. As soon as he landed on his feet, he jumped up again and not made another block. But just like Mules is 11 for 6 from the field, 9 for 25 is Jackson. The 2-point range, 9 for 22 for Bluff. Jackson 7 for 18, 3-point 2 for 4, 2 for 7 for Jackson, and free throws is 3 for 4 for Poplar Bluff. So they're shooting really well from the free throw line, and Jackson not so well with 1 and 4.
So again, fouls and free throws going to play a factor as we head into half number 2, and quite simply an opportunity for Poplar Bluff to move on to the next round. Jackson trying to at least start the path to maybe go to back-to-back championship games, but they will have tasks to climb, including trying to top a very pesky Poplar Bluff team so far. Underway in half number 2. Here's Williams. Gets it out, gets it inside, trying to connect, can't get it to Cameron Settle, trying to keep his hands in bounds, but got to float out of play.
We're starting the second half a lot like we started the first half, Joe. They're coming down, kind of keeping it at the top of the key, and then just making a mistake and getting it thrown away.
Here comes Jackson the other way, setting back up to Toma. Toma lurking inside to find Holdman. Holdman now back to Toma at the top. Left side of the arc is Deck. Looking for Toma inside. Back to Deck again for 3. Rims it up. And a whistle going to be picked up on the Indians once more. Another reach-in for Jackson. And that'll be on Braden Toma, his third. So not a strong look for Braden Toma with his third personal foul. And again, playing tactful defense is important, but trying to get the tacky reaches, also important to not do that, quite frankly.
That's right.
Here's Williams on the right side. Gets it out to find Preston Moore. Moore looks for 3. Rims it off. Jackson now moving back the other way. 1:09 gone by. No difference in score.
Poplar Bluff really didn't make any changes when it comes to their defensive front. They're still out in that 2-3 man-to-man.
Jackson trying to get past that, and a defense that's given them some issues against other opponents this year that play this exact same style. Nearly tipped away by Dallas Williams, but still going to stay with the Indians. Of course, we mentioned too for Jackson, Blaine Harris, a guy who's averaging, 18 points a game, one of their leading scorers for the Indians, not in tonight due to the elbow injury. So the Indians going to have to try to pick up the pace. So far, it's Cole Deck who's been doing that with 10. Here's Toma. Toma gets it out again to Braden Toma. Settling it over to Holdman. Holdman on the outside, finding Toma. Toma picked up again by Durden and scooped it up by Braden Toma to answer back. A great sneak in to get it off the hands of Durden to get it up and in.
Yeah, nice job by Braden Toma to stay with his man, although the shot selection didn't go the way he wanted. He stayed with his man, got it back, and made up for it.
Durden trying to answer back on his own, can't do it. Rebound back in the hands of Jackson. Here comes Cole Deck the other way. Now settling back up to Braden Toma, and again to Deck. Poplar Bluff still staying in that 2-3, adjusting to a little bit of man-to-man though, but really relying on that 2-3 pressure this evening. Here's Judd Toma, 2-on-1, gets it out. 3 on the way from Lee Ivy. Rims off. And picked up again by Poplar Bluff. Here's Settle getting back up to Williams. Williams wasting no time across the timeline. Tries to take it up on his own, but a whistle going to be called. No shot. It'll be a reach-in again on Jackson. It'll be on Lee Ivy. Looks like a little bit of a bump.
Yeah, I think he just got a little bit too physical there with him down low.
Team foul number 2.
So Lee Ivy picking up his personal foul. Jackson already 2 team fouls here in the third. Inbounds pass goes to Williams. Williams under pressure, can't get it. Scooped up once more by Preston Moore. Moore lurking the other way on the right side of the key. Throws it up, got it. Preston Moore in traffic, 4-on-1 even at one point. Getting the Mules back up by 6. Here come the Indians now lurking the other way. Here's Toma. Toma back up to Colton Toma in the game. Settles back to Lee Ivy. And at the top, Cole Deck. On the upper right angle of the Jackson arc. Gets it inside to Judd Toma. Rims just in front. And the Mules coming back the other way. 4.5 to go here in the third. Each team getting a bucket apiece in this third quarter. A lot how we kind of saw this first quarter start off with.
That's right. We've not had a whole lot of changes at all from first half to second half thus far.
So defense has continued to be a key. Cole Deck tries to take it up on his own. Fancy footwork, kind of leaned a little into his right to throw it up and in.
I liked it. He used his last step that he had to take before it was a travel and used it and executed it flawlessly with the shot.
Great execution from the junior, the 6'6 junior that is. Again, a 4-point advantage for the Mules, but the Indians riding some momentum. Colton Toma for 3, falls short. Rebound back in the hands of Moore. Here comes the Mules the other way. Roberson trying to keep his hands on it. A little reach in from Cole Deck. Scooped up by Williams. Williams looking to find that open chance. No basket, but a push going to be on Lee Ivy once more. So Ivy again being in charge on that push for the Mules, or for the Indians, pardon me. So with 3:33 to go, it's been kind of a tug-of-war battle, if you will, in this third quarter. Only 6 total points scored in the first 4:27 in this third. Graham gonna have to get it in bounds, but a timeout called by the Mules. We'll step aside as well. 29-25, back with the rest of the third in a moment.
First State Bank and Trust wants to thank the Dexter community for 20 years of business. We're there for you for your first paycheck, buying a home, opening a small business, starting a family, or planning to retire, and everything in between. We're the local bank you know and trust for all of your financial needs. Visit fsbtrust.com or stop by our Dexter branch to explore all your financial options.
So it's been a defensive juggernaut between these two teams in this third quarter. 6 total points scored, but Jackson getting 4 out of the 6 of them, so 4-point affair with the Mules leading by 4.
Yeah, the third quarter, Joe, has started out exactly like the first quarter. Both teams come out playing exceptionally well, and so far is low scoring on both teams.
Foul's going to be scooped up on the Mules, and that'll be Isaiah Neville picking up the offensive foul and the first Mule foul here in this third quarter. So Jackson now with a prime opportunity to cut this down to a 1-possession game. 3:17 left to go here in the third. Sets back over to Stutzman. Stutzman inside to Holdman. Holdman on the right side of the Jackson key, throws it up and in. The paint has been a little more kind to them in the later goings of this one. Now a 2-point game. Here come the Mules the other way to try to say something about that. It's Neville. Neville gets it out to Hickman Roberson. Throws it out. But a whistle's going to be picked up on Jackson once more. So foul trouble could start to become a concern for Corey Toma and company.
Yeah, from this point on, any team foul for Jackson will send Poplar Bluff to the line.
Poplar Bluff so far tonight, not too many trips to the free throw line, but 3 for 4 for the Mules at the charity stripe.
And in a close ball game like this, Joe, every point is going to matter at the end of the game.
And so will those turnovers, too, with Jackson picking up one right now. Shot on the way from Stutzman for the lead. No, can't get it. Rebound back to Williams. Williams now quickly crossing the timeline, settling into his offensive zone once more. Neville back in control, finding Graham. A whistle and a traveling violation going to go back to the Indians. So the little offensive mistakes going to also be an issue too this evening.
Yeah, they're starting to get
or
back
have been an issue more than anything.
They're starting to get back in the rush of things, Joe. Just going back to slowing it down like we did in the second quarter. Both teams slowed it down, made a lot better shot selection and a lot smarter passes, and we didn't see as much turnovers, and we started to see them decrease as the quarter went on.
Inside opportunity for Thompson. Gets it up. No. Thompson looking for the second chance. Answers right back. And the Indians now riding on a little bit of a scoring run of their own, and we're knotted up at 29.
Thompson went up, missed the layup, got his own board, made a nice little step move inside, went up for the layup to tie things up. Obviously, Bluff just got another one. So
Dallas Williams with a nice little jumper of his own. I wonder at the second chance points tonight, if you take a look between the team, who's had more. I'd argue to say Jackson is riding on that advantage.
Yeah, Jackson's definitely had, in my opinion, from our perspective up here, I think Jackson's definitely had the second chance advantage over Bluff tonight.
Mules trying to get their hands on the turnover. 1:24. Who's got it? It's Stutzman. Stutzman under a 3-man pressure. Gets it up. A block coming from Williams in the face, but he'll get a whistle. So Torrance Williams with another foul was trying to go for that extra block, but instead looks like it went right into the face of Braden Thompson for a moment.
You know, and I give credit to Braden Thompson on that. After 2 block shots by Williams, you know what this kid is capable of doing. Most athletes would have just kind of took their shot selection, try to throw him off balance, or even just pass it out to keep the embarrassment, if you will, from getting a shot blocked. Braden Thompson said, watch this, I'm going to hang with you. He goes up, gets the shot blocked, obviously, but hangs on to it, and ends up drawing a foul off of Williams. So I like the kid's toughness, and I like what he just did there.
He cuts the Bluff lead to 1. So 31-30 our score, 1:10 remaining in the third. Williams trying to answer back on his own, can't do it. Last touch by Jackson, so the Mules will keep control. Great pressure from Bluff, just saying, hang on a second, we're not going to go for it at the moment. So 1:06 to go, Mules leading by 1. They have the ball, the inbounds baseline pass.
I think Thompson really thought he drew an offensive foul there on Williams. That's kind of what I was.
It looks like he was trying to go for that.
Yeah, when he got up off the ground, you can see he kind of looked at the official like, that wasn't a foul? I don't understand.
Right, no kidding.
And he did take a hard hit. I will give him that.
Here come the Indians the other way. Sets up, deck for 3. Bingo, that is actually Gavin Holdman for 3, pardon me. And that gets Jackson back up front.
A much-needed Jackson lead coming in at the end of the third period.
And a much-needed Jackson 3, only their 3rd made tonight. Here's Durden, nearly scooped up and picked up. As you can see, some of that physical energy really starting to ramp up for the Indians with 25.6 left to go. Substitutions coming in. As Gavin Holdman's going to take his seat, Stutzman returning to action. See if the Mules are going to try to hold for their last shot. Less than 20 to play. Shot is up from Roberson, can't get it. And a bounce in the face, and a Jackson player is down. I believe that's Braden Thompson. I'm not sure if it was an elbow or just something happened.
I think he tripped. I didn't see any Bluff players around him.
I think it looked more like a trip, if anything.
Yeah, I think he was just coming up the floor and either tripped over his own feet or tripped over something, or maybe a water spot on the floor. But I didn't see any contact from the other side on him.
Nothing.
So.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, if it was indeed a trip on the feet, I mean, thankfully he's okay and back up under his own will. But Jackson going to have the last shot at it. 8.8 seconds to go in the third. Here comes Deck. Deck on the left side. Finds Stutzman at the top. Looks back over to Toma. Toma out to Deck. Blocked by Durden. And that is how this third quarter comes to a close. A big jump from the junior and the coach's son. It is Jackson leading by 2, 33-31, as we head to the fourth. You're watching the SEMO Conference Tournament on Aycorp Sports.
Do you need personalized merchandise? Trying to celebrate the season of that big state run? Then Juju Promotions in New Madrid has you covered. Whether it's heat presses, screen printing, or embroidery, we always have an option that will leave you satisfied and looking your best. With seasonal styles and plenty of accessories, there's something here for everyone. So come in and shop around. You'll be welcome with a smile and leave more fashionable than ever. Call us at 573-748-4040 or visit us in New Madrid.
Welcome back. Taking a look at the stats right now between these two teams. Technically, as I erroneously hit a shot on the board, on our board, thanks to our statistician Garrett Hicks. Best in the business, by the way. Bluff 13 for 38 as it stands, but again, 11 for 32 from 2-point shots. Jackson 14 for 38, so both teams really kind of shooting evenly, and I mean, you would expect that with the 2-point game.
Yeah, you know, and they started the third quarter off just as slow with scoring wise as they did the first quarter. But it seems like as we went, we saw the game get more physical. We saw the points start kind of picking up a little bit. And we ended the third quarter with a Braden Durden Mutombo not in my house block. And Joe, as I told you on the break, from here it looked like the kid could have touched the Raptors.
He absolutely could have found his way up to exit B and the side of exit B here at the Fieldhouse. So it's a total of 16 third quarter points, most of those going to Jackson as they hold the 2-point advantage. So here we go, fourth quarter in action. The Indians trying to extend the lead Deck with 12, trying to add to it. Another block from Torrance Williams. That's his third tonight. Durden trying to keep his hands on it, and a foul picked up on the Indians.
Foul on the Indians, Cole Deck.
That'll be on Cole Deck and his
foul number 1.
His first team foul number 1. Seems like the block party is well engaged for Poplar Bluff tonight.
Yeah, Bluff is hosting a block party tonight at the Sikeston Fieldhouse.
Williams trying to find an open gap. Jackson playing a little bit of an open defense, spreading out to protect the paint. To start this fourth quarter. Gets it now up to Edmondson. Edmondson, top of the arc, throws it up. Can't answer back, but another whistle and an opportunity for the Mules to tie it up. So foul trouble again going to be an issue for the Indians and for Braden Toma, his fourth.
Yeah, I think the coach maybe just pulled him out to give him a break a little bit since he is in foul trouble. But the kid's played a great ball game defensively. He's played very physical.
As Preston Moore misses the first of his 2, so still a 2-point advantage of the Indians. With 7:11 left to go in regulation. Crowd's starting to fill up here at Sikeston Fieldhouse. I wonder what game they're going to get ready for.
They're getting ready for that Sikeston game, Joe.
I wonder why.
Charleston's here to support their native, PJ Farmer. I've talked to a lot of those guys down there that I grew up with as a kid. So they're excited just as we are. We're excited to see him debut that uniform.
That'll be the next game coming up. They'll be taking on Kennett, but we could be waiting on that one if this goes into some extra time, as they say.
It may very well do it. We've had a great game so far and about one of the best and closest games that we're probably going to see throughout this tournament.
Here's Deck now, gets it up to Braden Toma, trying to get past Edmondson. As Toma settles up at the top, Bluff also kind of spreading out the defense a little bit more. Deck trying to take it right side of the key, throws it up, can't get it off the rim, scooped up by Torrance Williams. And Williams just doing everything well on all fronts, offensively, defensively. Gets it outside to find Moore. Moore can't get it, scooped up by Deck. Deck now taking it out the other way. 6:15 left to go as Holdman fakes. It's out to Deck on the left side, forcing the whistle, no foul. And another turnover from Preston Moore. He wants to try to take it himself. And an offensive foul in the meantime. That is the offensive foul in charge that Braden Toma was looking for.
He's tried for it several times tonight and got called with the block, and he finally got him one. He had his feet planted. I think the referee's got it right. Bluff coach doesn't think so, but from up here, from my perspective, the referee got that one right.
So a great push and a great block charge going to be scooped up for Braden Toma. And the Indians still with a 1-point lead with 5:49 left to go. Here's the inside look back to Colton Toma. Bounce pass now to find Holdman. Holdman on the outside to Ivy. Falls short, picked up again by Williams. Williams now going to have to quickly move the other way. 5:34 left to go. Here's Williams on the right side. Loses it, scooped up by Ivy again. Poplar Bluff trying to find those opportunities, but making miscues here to start this fourth quarter. Let's see what the Indians can do here to try to extend the 1-point advantage. Sets up now to Colton Toma. Stolen away again by Durden. And now picked up by Judd Toma. Another block from Williams. That's 5, I believe, for him tonight.
5 block shots.
Williams trying to go up for it. He can't do it either. Here's Ivy now looking back over to Toma. Judd Toma inside, 3-on-1, throws it. Can't get it. No foul called on. They were looking for a charge too. They couldn't get it. Here comes Hickman Roberson, banks it in! Hickman Roberson nails it in, and the Mules are back on top. Lee Ivy gonna pick up the foul, and the little floater that took an extra bounce was the one the Mules needed.
The Mules got it. They took advantage of it. Sikeston kind of getting in a little rush offense, if you would, at this point. I don't know what that last shot was all about. I don't know if they tried to get the block or if they thought they were fouled on the wrist or if it was just a bad shot selection. Either way, Poplar Bluff took advantage of it, and now they're back on top.
Mules on a 4-0 scoring run. Back-to-back buckets trying to extend it, and a foul going to be picked up on the Mules. It looks like that's going to be on Cameron Settled, his second, and team foul number 2. So it is exactly what we thought it was going to be. A lot of back and forth tonight between these two. It could be a tale of last possession or some late free throws could win this one. Here's Holdman. Holdman now to Thompson. Thompson sets out for Toma. Toma looks inside to Deck. Penetrates inside the key. 2-on-1. Gets it out. Shot on the way. Can't get it. Toma trying to pick it up, but floats out. Can be last touched by the Mules, and last touched by Cameron Settle, that is. So going to stay in Jackson territory. As we're going to see some substitutions re-enter the game. It'll be, again, Preston Moore and Dallas Williams back in action. And a timeout for Jackson. Will take it with him. Back and forth we go. Where this game will stop, nobody knows. Mules up by 2. Back in a moment. We came from the halftime break saying that Torrance Williams was to be a scoring player to watch, but he hasn't put anything up in the second half. But a man who has Marlon Hickman Robertson getting just a few buckets, but buckets that have counted ever so close for Poplar Bluff so far.
Yeah, and you know, Williams has had a hard time, as we just said, kind of finding his mark in the second half. But Joe, he's on point with the blocks. He is on point with the blocks. It's probably the most blocks I've seen so far this season, this early on in a game, well, in a game at all. He's coming on 4 of Poplar Bluff's 5 blocks belong to Torrance Williams.
So Williams again in the block party. Also to Brendan Durden getting a major block in and of his own in this one. So the Mules back in front. Several lead changes throughout this game so far too. But it's going to be a tale of really who's going to have possession and hang on in this one to have a date with either Sikeston or Kennett on Thursday night. And exactly what the Mules needed. Thanks to another block up and a 10, well, not a 10-second violation, but a whistle in the key, it appeared. So it'll be Poplar Bluff again to take over, try to extend the lead. So here comes the inbounds pass, sets out for Moore. Moore lurking out, trying to find Graham. Graham at the top, gets it out to Williams. Williams lobs it off to Moore. They're going to be trying to pace it out with each other in the center. Jackson easily trying to snuff it out and poke it out for a turnover. Here's Williams. Top right corner on your screen. Now settling back up to Dallas Williams, top of the arc. Poplar Bluff playing a little bit of keep away right now, doing a great job with clock control. Nearly a minute gone by. A whistle, but a traveling violation. So it looked like Moore kind of slipped up a little bit, but still had control, so another costly turnover.
Yeah, it almost looks like he was going inside and maybe going to turn around and kick it back to the top of the key before he got tripped up and fell. But, yeah, they're just, at this point, they're trying to hold on to the league and waste as much time off that clock as they can. And, Joe, I don't blame them. As close as this ball game is, I don't blame them. I'm actually going to try to maybe even draw some fouls in, because it's probably going to come down to who's on that foul line close to the end of the game.
Toma was looking for the chance, but again, last touched by the Mules and Preston Moore. So the Indians going to try to take over. 3:11 left to go here in regulation. Toma now in the inbounds pass, finding Braden Toma. Gets it out to find Gavin Holdman. Holdman looks out to Cole Deck. Deck looking for 3. Whistle and an offensive foul. And that is going to be on number 33. Yep, that'll be on Braden Thompson, his first. And team foul number 4. And if you're Poplar Bluff, that's exactly what you need, because it'll be free throws the rest of the way. With 3:01 remaining here in the fourth.
And that's points that Jackson just can't afford to give away. this late in the ball game and this close to the ball game.
Neville in control. Gets it out to find Preston Moore. Looks up, finding Durden. Durden 2-on-1, left side of the key, throws it up, in and out. Rebound now back to Braden Toma. Toma gonna have to quickly cross the timeline. Nearly picked up and stolen. Deck tries to answer, can't get it. Rebound back in the hands of Moore. And Moore now chasing quickly with 2 Jackson Indians on his case. Gets it outside, connects up and in to Isaiah Neville. The Moore to Neville connection gets the Mules up by 4. Here comes Holdman now. Holdman looks out to Deck. 3 on the way, it's good! Keegan Stutzman answers back. It's a 1-point game.
Poplar Bluff's going to have to get out and try to find an answer to Keaton Stutzman up at the top of the key.
Here come the Mules the other way. Tripped up off the elbow. Jackson ball. So another big turnover. Going to try to benefit the Indians a little bit more. And it's a 1-point affair with 2 minutes remaining here in the 4th. Here's Toma, out to Deck. Deck at the top, finding Stutzman. Stutzman again, looks inside for Holdman. Holdman throws it up, falls short. And 2 Mules kind of trying to pick it away from each other at first, it appeared.
I don't think they realized that each of them had the ball. They just kind of looked at each other there at the end. But yeah, they were definitely tied up with each other for the ball.
Timeout called by Poplar Bluff. 37-36. Will the Mules hang on? We'll find out in a moment.
Just remember, if Ultramorland is not on the back of your vehicle, you paid too much.
37-36 our score. Jackson, thanks to a big three-pointer from Keegan Stutzman, to make it a 1-point advantage, and what was more so of a game, a keep away from what we saw on the last Mules possession, kind of fell a little bit short. So now going into the last minute 37, as it stands, minute 37, what do you expect from either side?
One thing that I would expect to see from both sides, but more in particular in Jackson, is I think they're going to have to come out, they're going to have to slow things down. I think they got in a little bit of a hurry the last couple possessions, and it's costed them. I think they're going to have to come out, slow stuff down. If they can get a big three-pointer off by Stutzman or any of the guys open on the top, by all means, take that shot selection. But let's try to get it down inside, and let's try to keep Bluff up to the top of the key. They've not fared so well from the top of the key so far tonight, so I'm going to try to keep them there and quit and maybe try to hold their game down low.
Shot from Moore is up and in. So Preston Moore getting at least 2 points he needs. Jackson now quickly moving back the other way. Here comes Holdman and a traveling violation. They were looking for the jump. Corey Toma was looking for the jump but couldn't get it. And the Mules still in control. So now we're starting to see full court pressure. Could be a foul to win scenario coming up if Poplar Bluff can get something. Instead, a steal by Braden Toma. 1 minute remaining. Toma gonna have to go for a charge. Floated out of play.
Poplar Bluff starting to turn on the full court press now.
Feel like that's gonna be kind of the tale to see as it stands right now. 1:05 remaining, 3-point lead and advantage of the Mules. Jackson trying to tie it. Here's Toma. Toma on the right side, trying to bounce it up, can't get it. Rebound back in the hands of Torrance Williams. Williams 2-on-1 and the foul's gonna be called. So it'll be on the arm bar and that'll be Koldek's second. And just as expected, Poplar Bluff gonna be shooting free throws the rest of the way.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, Joe. Poplar Bluff's got a 3-point lead over you right now with under a minute left. They're shooting exceptionally well or fairly well from the free throw line tonight. We don't need to give them, if we're Jackson, we don't need to give them any more points so they can stretch this lead out any farther with 50 seconds. It's still anybody's ball game. You can still tie this thing up or even win it with 50 seconds. That's a lot of time in basketball for a lot of stuff to happen. And Jackson just can't afford to be giving Poplar Bluff a free opportunity on the free-point line. Correction, free throw line.
Williams with the second one, can't get it. So Jackson now with another chance to potentially tie it up. Stutzman on the fake out. Shot 3 on the way. Hits good! Braden Toma for 3! And we are tied at 39! It's a 30-second timeout. We'll keep it right here. Exactly what the Indians needed, and the costly free throw misses. It looked like, however, the second one, Williams was trying to force the miss to get the own board, but didn't pay off.
Yeah, Jackson came up big with that one. Found the open Toma up top, came up big, 39-39. But the question, Joe, is what are we going to see from here with the last 41 seconds left in the ball game? How are we going to see? Are we going to see Jackson coming out with a full court press to try to get that ball back? The last time they've done that, they've drew the foul. They drew the foul in. For some reason, on that swat, the referee is calling in a reach-in. They're not been successful with that tonight. So are we going to see a press and then foul and send the Poplar Bluff to the line, or are they going to be successful and actually get the ball away on the steal and get the shot up?
It'll be Hickman Robertson to cross the timeline. Sets again to find Durden at the top. 30 seconds to go in regulation. Here's Durden. Back to Hickman Robertson. Pardon me. Here's Williams. Williams at 20 seconds. If there's anybody the Mules want, it's either him or Durden. 15, 14, 13. Setting up to Durden, 10 seconds.
He's got to get something going.
Durden looking out to find Edmondson. Edmondson bounce pass inside. A whistle over the line. A Jackson ball. 3.7 left to go. And Judd Toma is going to have to go for a cross-court pass to try to end it here. If not, we'll have some extra time. And he does. Scooped up by Moore. Moore for the win. Off the mark. And for the first time in this tournament, we are going to overtime. Jackson and Poplar Bluff knotted up at 39 thanks to the late three-pointer from Braden Toma. We'll step aside for the extra frame when you come back.
NextEra Energy Resources is the world's largest generator of renewable energy from the wind and sun, and a world leader in energy storage. Since 2016, NextEra Energy Resources has invested more than $339 million in Missouri to fuel local economic growth. Today, our company owns and operates one wind energy facility in the state and is looking to invest even more in the Show Me State. We are committed to being a trusted community partner and look forward to providing affordable, clean, renewable energy for generations of Missourians to come.
39 all in this at the end of regulation and the start of overtime number 1. Joe Northern, Corey Sisk with you. It's been a back and forth affair between these two teams, and quite simply just a fantastic game, but a lot of costly errors have kind of bit somebody in the foot, and a bailout coming on each side too.
Yeah, you know, bad shot selection there the last couple possessions from both teams is kind of what got us in this overtime situation. But, Joe, it wouldn't surprise 4 minutes of overtime. It wouldn't surprise me if we don't have another overtime after this, the way these two teams are playing so well and so even to each other.
Holdman in control. Now the foul rule will still be in effect, so Poplar Bluff still gonna be taking free throws the rest of the way. Deck now finding Toma. Toma keeping in control. You have to think keep away is going to be a big strategy here in this extra frame. Toma again at the top of the arc. Gets it out to find Deck. Deck trying to get past the Bluff defense that's doing a great job protecting the perimeter. And again to Judd Toma, top of the arc. Looks out, Stutzman fakes. Stutzman, bounce pass again to Holdman. Holdman looks to take it up himself before being poked out. And no whistle. It'll be a Mules ball. The great poke out from Jay Edmondson forced Holdman to turn it over. So the Mules will have a chance to try to edge out the lead with 3:06 to go here at overtime number 1.
Yeah, I think Sikeston for him up this far, and we don't want to send Poplar Bluff to the line knowing that every
stout this evening. Both defenses really stout, but looking to go man-to-man. Bobbled out, gets it out. Deck looks up, blocked, but a whistle on Dallas Williams. And that's going to send Jackson to the line.
Foul on the Mules, Dallas
With the foul rule, with it not resetting for overtime, Joe, we're going to have a lot of free throws in this overtime period due to the simple fact that both teams are already in foul territory.
Well, now a fact for Jackson to take the lead on this. 3 free throws coming up for Cole Deck. He makes the first. Free throws had not been kind to either team this evening as well. Jackson only 2 for 6, making 3 for 7. Now 4 for 8. Poplar Bluff 5 for 9 as it stands right now with 2:22 here at overtime number 1. Deck for the lead. Got it. 42-41. Jackson now in control thanks to the foul 3. Shot up on the way. A floater from Darius Graham. And now the Mules are back up front by 1. 43-41. Here's the pass on the way to Holdman. Holdman looks out to Deck. Deck left side of the key. A floater up and in. Cole Deck gets it up, but he goes down.
I do not like the way he landed, Joe.
Cole Deck goes down. Looks like he's kind of stretching out his foot for just a second as his teammates surround him. Trainer coming out onto the court. Deck getting the floater, currently leading the Indians tonight with 17 points, but came down awfully hard on the landing. Wait to see if substitution's going to be coming in. The minute 59 remaining, and you hate to see that happen. This coach is going to be coming out. We'll step aside.
SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care while making our patients feel welcome in our warm and friendly atmosphere. With locations throughout Southeast Missouri, we provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to anyone and everyone that may need it. Visit SEMO Health Network for your wellness exams, COVID and flu vaccinations, lab services, dental exams, counseling, and more. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Cole Deck going down while getting the shot to put the Jackson Indians up by 1, so don't know if we will see him return or not.
And Joe, we hate to see any injury to any athlete during the game, especially one that has produced the numbers that he has tonight. And we pray for a speedy recovery for him. We hope that he's okay.
Picked up by Stutzman. Stutzman on his own, in and out. Rebound back by the Mules, and Hickman Robertson the other way, and nearly picked up by Jackson. Whose foot did it bounce off? It'll stay with the Mules. Yes, we do hope for the recovery.
They're going to wish they had that one back.
Absolutely, absolutely. As Stutzman just with a quick steal, and then Bluff looking for a quick chance of their own. It's going to be one of those affairs that, again, hanging on to it and getting the quick shot's going to be important. And a foul on Stutzman. On the push, too. So that'll be his 4th personal foul. The Mules already over the, or I should say the Indians already over the limit in overtime. So we'll see Brendan Durden at the line to try to give the Mules the lead with 1:29 to go. First shot is up and off the mark. The Mules have started off okay in free throw chances, 3 of 4 at the beginning of the second half, but have since gone 5 for 10 overall in the game. But now 6 for 11. Even at 44 with 1:25 remaining here in overtime. Almost a chance, a whistle, and a push down for Brendan Durden. So we'll see if he's going to get the credit for the foul. He does get it on the push himself. He's slow to get up. Looked like a jab in the eye, maybe? Or?
Yeah, kind of. You know, our TV screen's just a couple of seconds behind, so I went back and was just now watching it. And, yeah, it looks like he got jabbed in the eye. I don't think the foul was definitely intentional on Durden's part. I think he got a little bit of a jab there and kind of reacted in a way maybe he didn't know he was reacting.
Indians now with an opportunity to take the lead. Koldeck is back in play with a minute remaining. Toma on the left side, bounce pass, now finding the Judd. Toma inside, looks it up, and a foul. And another reach in on the Mules. As that'll be on Torrance Williams, his third, and the 5th team foul. And now we're going to see Gavin Holdman at the line to try to give Jackson the lead.
You're definitely not under any pressure here, Joe.
Not too much. Shot is up and off the mark. Free throws in overtime. Koldeck made all 3 of his. Holdman trying to at least go 1 for 2 here. Shot is up and good.
4 for 5 so far, yeah. Overtime with free throws, right?
4 for 5 at overtime for the Indians, and just happens to have 45 on the board as well. So less than a minute remaining in overtime. Poplar Bluff going to have to come up with something here. Defensive stops are going to be a major key as well.
Jackson's got to be real careful here on defense. Try to focus on taking away the ball, not so much of a foul.
Here's Williams. Williams looking out to Durden for 3. It goes! Brendan Durden gets the 3, and the Mules return to the lead 47-45 as they take a timeout. Brendan Durden with the big 3-point shot, and again, it's just these two teams continuing to trade blows. Back and forth we go.
Definitely got a barn burner here at the Sikeston Fieldhouse. I didn't expect overtime, Joe. And when now we do have overtime, you know, as soon as I say Sikeston will shut Poplar Bluff down on defense, get the ball back, come down and score, Poplar Bluff turns around and scores, or vice versa.
We could, if the Mules do advance to round number 2, we could have an awfully interesting game coming up on Thursday night. We know one of the quarterfinals is going to be fantastic, a rematch of that thrilling New Madrid County and Cape Central game. That'll be our late game on Thursday night. But, of course, the winner of our next game still undecided, too. It's not that we're going to pencil Sikeston in at all. Kennett could come out and shock everybody as well.
That's right.
And in case, for those of you expecting to see Kennett and Sikeston, you're watching the SEMO Conference tournament here on Aycorp Sports. We are at overtime between Poplar Bluff and Jackson. Once this game is done, we'll have Sikeston and Kennett for you roughly 15 minutes after the immediate conclusion of this one.
Should be another good one.
So 36 seconds to go. Brendan Durden banks the 3. And now the Indians going to have to try to come up with something. And again, both teams going blow for blow and matching each other up in the late stages of it. But one team looking for a knockout. Who's it going to be? Here's Stutzman. Looks out to Toma. Toma looks outside, trying to connect with Deck. Looks for Stutzman again on the inside pressure. Stutzman gets it out. Looks over to Braden Toma. 16 seconds to go. Nearly picked up and stolen, but picked out of bounds by Darius Graham.
I like Poplar Bluff. They've shifted to that man-to-man now. They're kind of really keeping Jackson contained from going down low and kind of forcing them to take that 3-point shot.
Jackson also going to take a timeout with 14.3 remaining. So again, for those of you just joining us expecting to see Sikeston and Kennett, we are at overtime of Poplar Bluff and Jackson, and arguably the most exciting game of the tournament thus far as it stands. Of course, last night's action of New Madrid taking care of business against Charleston by 15 points. Kennett taking care of Dexter by 15 points. Cape Central and Notre Dame, not a 15-point win, but an 18-point win for the Tigers, and a Notre Dame team that really battled back well going into the second half, but a big third quarter kind of prevented any comeback. So going to be interesting to see how Dexter and Cape Notre Dame squares off in the nightcap coming up after Sikeston and Kennett this evening. But still some business to take care in this one with 14.3 to go. Brendan Durden with a late 3-point shot. We've had another 3-point shot to help us send to overtime from Braden Toma. The 3-ball has been a way to keep you in it or put you ahead, and for the Mules, it's ahead. Here we go. 10 seconds remaining. Braden Toma looks on the inside. Judd Toma looks up to answer back, can't get it, but draws the foul.
has a chance to tie it here at the free throw line.
The free throw line, again, has been just quite simply the game breaker for both of these two. It's Torrance Williams going to go to the line, or Judd Toma, pardon me, go to the line. Williams with his 4th foul. Toma's first is up. It is off the mark. This is starting to get a little loud here at Sikeston. Substitution coming in, Colton Toma going to replace Braden Toma. So they're going to need a little help here to try to force something out on a turnover with 6.1 to go. Second shot is up and off. A whistle and a timeout called by the Mules with 5.2 remaining. So both teams each with a timeout remaining. If you're Poplar Bluff, I mean, the goal is try to get it out and out as quick as you can and try to not put anything in question.
Yeah, I don't want to make any bad pass on the inbound. I want to try to get it to my closest person, get it across the timeline, and just really just sit there, Joe, and let's kill the clock and let's get out of here with the victory. On the flip side of that, they're taking it on the inbound down there. They can make a bad pass, or Jackson could put the full court press on them, get the ball away, go up for 2, tie it, and we go into another overtime.
Taking a look at shot selection between these two teams, Poplar Bluff really slowing it down in the overtime and just getting better shot selection. 19 for 49 as it stands, 16 for 42, 3 for 7 from the three-point arc, though. Jackson, on the other hand, 5 for 18, 17 for 55, 5 for 18 for three-point shots, we should say, 17 for 55 overall. Again, Jackson's getting more open looks, but it's just had trouble connecting, and the early missed connections in the paint have seemed to come back and bite them a little bit too.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of shots, I think, when they start looking at the film. When Coach Toma starts really breaking down the film and looking at the film, there's a lot of stuff that he's going to try to correct and a lot of stuff that he wishes that he could have had back.
So 5.2 remaining. You're going to expect to see probably some full court pressure as Jeff Barry talking it over with Corey Toma. 5.2 to go. Inbounds pass from Roberson. Looks up to Moore, and there's the foul. So exactly kind of what we expected to see. You hope that you can force at least Moore to miss the free throws, which he hasn't made too many tonight, if any, we should say.
Yeah, neither team's been real great from the free throw line. I think Jackson was 6 for 13. And Poplar Bluff is 6 for 11. So they're pretty much even, coming in just under 50%.
We'll see what Preston Moore can do to try to ice this one. Shot is up. It's good. Braden Toma returning to action for Colton Toma. And so, again, this one could likely ice it with 3.9 to go. Moore up. It's good. Rolls in and out, and a timeout called by Jackson with 3.9 left to go. And as the free throws giveth, they taketh away, but could likely, very well likely, is going to get Poplar Bluff its 3rd win of the season and an all-important one to move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, when we first started the overtime and the fouls didn't reset themselves, I told you this game is likely going to come down to whoever's at that free throw line the last. And at this point, Poplar Bluff was their last. That's what they needed. Not shot very well coming into the game, and definitely not shot very well in the overtime period.
Toma's going to go with a court pass, scooped up by Darius Graham, and that is how this one is going to end in overtime.
Final score, Poplar Bluff 49.
Poplar Bluff, thanks to the late 3 from Brendan Durden, and gets the three free throw shots from Preston Moore, is how this one ends, 49-45. And it was a game of back and forth, but quite simply, it just came down to the three-point shots and the free throw shots. Poplar Bluff able to take advantage of both.
Yeah, Poplar Bluff coming in like 19 for 49 total shots, 16 for 42 on the two-point range. Three-point range, not so well. 3 for 7 free throws. That's, as we saw, that's what kind of put them over the edge here. 8 for 13 from the line. Look at look at Jackson. They're 17 for 55. Neither team shooting real great ball throughout the game. Two-point range, they're 12 for 37. Three-point range, they're 5 for 18, and they're 6 for 13 from the free throw line. Coming in, offensive rebounds for Poplar Bluff is 17, 22 defensive rebounds. Jackson coming in with 11 offensive and 17 rebounds on the defensive side. Fouls, not a whole lot of fouls. 14 fouls coming in for Poplar Bluff, 18 coming in for Jackson, and a couple that has really costed them there towards the end. The blocks, 5 blocks for Poplar Bluff, and 4 of those coming from Torrance Williams. Turnovers, 14 for Poplar Bluff, 15 for Jackson. I just read off the stats. As you can see, they were very even throughout the game. There was a little bit of stuff, and like you said, Joe, it came down to the end on who shot the last free throw and who had the most three-pointers, and that happened to be Poplar Bluff in this one.
That they did, and just quite simply a big effort and a big win for the Mules, as they will have the winner of the next game, as you can start hearing it get loud here at the field house. So final scoring stats for at least this game before we talk about this one. Cole Deck with 17 points was able to get back up under his own power, so credit to him for getting back in action on that one. 7 rebounds for him. Gavin Holdman, a great game. 8 points and 3 rebounds. Braden Toma with 5 on the board. Keegan Stutzman with 6 points for the Indians. Meanwhile, for Poplar Bluff, really a lot of different targets that I think you could really look at. Torrance Williams, he did get that double-double after all. 12 points, 10 rebounds. It felt like we saw a lot of scoring from him to start the game, but defense really picking it up in the second. And Preston Moore getting 10 late on the free throws. Brendan Durden with 9. Marlon Robinson with 9 as well. Really, this is a team that has quite a few different targets that you never know who you're going to get shooting, and that's going to be a big win one way or the other.
Yeah, Poplar Bluff, a nice little spread on their board there for points. Torrance Williams, if I had to pick a player of the game, Joe, I would probably have to give it to that kid. He had double-double, 12 points, 10 rebounds, but the 4 assists coming in, or the 4 blocks.
4 blocks,
yep. 4 big blocks coming in. Overall, he Poplar Bluff had a lot of scoring, a lot of different players with points, but Torrance Williams really stood out above all at the end of the game.
That he did. So your final score in overtime, Poplar Bluff 49, Jackson 45. Jackson will be playing tomorrow night. They will have the 6 p.m. game. They'll have the loser of our next game. Poplar Bluff will have the winner of our next game. The question is, will it be Sikeston or will it be Kennett? We can tell you a lot of eyes are going to be on quite a few star players, including number 1 and number 24 in Williams and Farmer. We'll talk about that game coming up in just a little bit as Poplar Bluff wins it in overtime. We'll get you set for Sikeston and Kennett coming up in just a little bit. You're watching the SEMO Conference Tournament on Aycorp Sports.
When we look, we listen. When we evaluate, we understand. We get you to the right number without treating you like one. At Southeast Primary Care, we know your relationship with your doctor is one of the keys to get you better and keep you well. Our network of providers connects you to the brightest minds and latest technologies. It's a healthy relationship. Southeast Primary Care, always by your side.
What First State Community Bank means to me is, it says it in its name, community.
We're family, we care about one another, whether it's in our SEMO markets or we can reach out to someone in Farmington, Columbia. They're always there to assist.
We are very customer focused. Our employees do a great job with listening to the customers.
The tellers know 100% of all customers by their name.
If you want to feel at home, then walk into the doors of First State Community Bank.
Southern Custom Meats in Dexter, Missouri is providing you with the best in custom butchering, fresh vegetables, and farm-fresh eggs. Call now or visit us today and see the Southern Custom Meats difference for yourself.
Missouri State Senator Jason Bean, representing Butler, Carter, Dunklin, Mississippi, New Madrid, Oregon, Pemiscot, Ripley, Stoddard, and Wayne counties, would like to wish all the Southeast Missouri basketball programs in the 25th District a safe and successful season.
My name is Kevin Rossville. I'm a farmer from Prairie County, Arkansas. Been farming since 1991. Started farming with my father-in-law when I got married. We've been raising rice ever since. We've all been looking for something for a change for years. And I think this 263L is going to be the next and up-and-coming thing for us. It's really going to work well on a lot of different ground and a lot of different farms around here.
Dynagro 263L, available exclusively at Nutrient Ag Solutions.
At Young Real Estate, we're Southeast Missouri, just like you.
We are parents.
We are teachers.
We are grandparents.
We are active in our community.
We are patriots.
Serving all of Southeast Missouri, and we are here for you.
We are young.
NextEra Energy Resources is the world's largest generator of renewable energy from the wind and sun, and a world leader in energy storage. Since 2016, NextEra Energy Resources has invested more than $339 million in Missouri to fuel local economic growth. Today, our company owns and operates one wind energy facility in the state and is looking to invest even more in the Show Me State. We are committed to being a trusted community partner and look forward to providing affordable, clean, renewable energy for generations of Missourians to come.
Bagby Wealth Management in Dexter, Missouri is helping you with all your retirement planning, 401k rollovers, and financial planning. Contact them or visit them today. Bagby Wealth Management. Your path starts here.
First State Bank and Trust wants to thank the Dexter community for 20 years in business. We're there for you for your first paycheck, buying a home, opening a small business, starting a family, or planning to retire, and everything in between. We're the local bank you know and trust for all of your financial needs. Visit fsbtrust.com or stop by our Dexter branch to explore all your financial options.
We're right here at King Jerry Lawler's Hall of Fame Bar and Grill on world famous Beale Street, and as you can see, oh my gosh, we have the best barbecue ribs in Memphis. Oh my gosh, the gumbo is out of this world, but you gotta try the King's Triple Decker Slam Burger. You'll love it.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
Growing cotton in the Mid-South is hard work. As a farmer, you make tough decisions every day. Choosing a cotton variety shouldn't be one of them. Next-gen brand varieties from Americot are bred specifically for cotton growers like you. We're 100% independent and farmer-owned. Plant cotton that works as hard as you do. Americot. All we do is cotton, all the time.
At SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care while making our patients feel welcome in our warm and friendly atmosphere. With locations throughout Southeast Missouri, we provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to anyone and everyone that may need it. Visit SEMO Health Network for your wellness exams, COVID and flu vaccinations, lab services, dental exams, counseling, and more. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Do you need personalized merchandise? Trying to celebrate the season of that big state run? Then Juju Promotions in New Madrid has you covered. Whether it's heat presses, screen printing, or embroidery, we always have an option that will leave you satisfied and looking your best. With seasonal styles and plenty of accessories, there's something here for everyone. So come in and shop around. You'll be welcome with a smile and leave more fashionable than ever. Call us at 573-748-4040 or visit us in New Madrid.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Just remember, if Ultramorland is not on the back of your vehicle, you paid too much.
We welcome you back to Sikeston High School, and it is starting to get a little loud in here. Seats starting to fill up a little bit as it is a lot of anticipation here tonight. Not only Sikeston's first game of the SEMO Conference tournament, but a home debut of Corey Sisk, quite frankly, one of the most anticipated teams in years here in Sikeston.
Yeah, Sikeston finished last season, I believe, a state competitor,
finishing the state quarterfinals, winning their district over Cape Central. And again, a team that has a lot of scoring powers. Talking with Dontrez Williams, Tristan Wiggins, but no bigger player that made a bigger off-season acquisition than the transfer in of P.J. Farmer from Charleston.
P.J. Farmer, All-Stater last year with Charleston Blue Jays, transferred in because he wanted to play soccer, Joe. Talking to P.J.'s mom before the game, He was visited by University of Alabama last week for a scholarship. He's been 9 offers so far, Louisiana, Alabama, Mizzou. And he's only a junior, so his options are definitely out there, and we're going to see why tonight he's had so many offers up to this point.
So keep in mind, Sikeston has a lot of momentum going their way, and even in the Fountain City Classic last week, winning by, these amounts, 42, 47, and 15, and that 15 over a very good Cape Central team that they could be meeting up again on Friday night, depending on how some of the other outcomes go.
Yeah, and they beat Riverview Gardens 86-42.
And at Riverview Gardens with the win 86-42. So you have to think, once they get the scoring going and turn it on, they're going to turn it on a lot tonight. And Kennett, however, they have a lot of offensive weapons that they can work with too. A new head coach, but not new to the Kennett program, and Fred Garman leading the charge. What can we expect from the Indians tonight?
Unfortunately, I had to miss their Gideon Classic, Bulldog Classic, so the games they played in that last tournament due to our own tournament that we were having. But they came out, they played very well, fell just short to East Prairie in the championship game. So I think they're going to be looking for revenge here, Joe. I think they're going to come out and play a lot of man-to-man. I think they'll play a lot of zone. They're going to be looking for revenge. They're going to be hungry for a win.
That they will, and right now a big difference in the circle with Trey Sadler coming in, a 7-foot junior, trying to fend off. It's going to go to the Bulldogs, and we're underway. Williams sets up to Wiggins. Wiggins now out to Farmer. Farmer at the top looks over to Williams. Williams also another D1 commit. He'll be playing in Abilene Christian next year. Quick shot, can't get it up and in for Trey Sadler. Here comes Kennett the other way. And quickly scooped up by Tristan Wiggins. Moving quick, lobs it up and nearly stolen away by Taylor before the answer back. No answer back. Farmer picks it up. And again, Farmer, not only with his basketball ability, but his speed and just quickness and really just kind of ball IQ is something that any team would love to have at the end of the day.
Yeah, PJ Farmer is probably one of the better basketball players you will see in this area. He's very quick, he's very physical, and he makes smart decisions.
Sadler trying to keep his hands on it, gets it outside. 3-shot on the way from Wiggins, good. Tristan Wiggins answering early with the 3-point shot, and Sikeston strikes first. And it kind of makes me think that, too, we're going to see a lot of turnovers occur tonight if Kennett doesn't move too quickly.
That's right.
They do have the advantage right now. Sikeston leading 3-0. But they're going to have to try to get past height. And a timeout quickly called by Kennett. As we'll keep it here just to kind of get you caught up on some of the other action going on at the tournament to this point. For those of you just joining us a little bit late, you haven't missed anything, but you did miss quite simply the best game of the tournament so far with Jackson and Poplar Bluff. Bluff winning in overtime 49-45.
Probably one of the better games you will see in this tournament.
And then last night, of course, Kennett, they got the win over Dexter, 56-41. The Bearcats will be playing in the other play-in game coming up tonight as soon as this one is done, as they'll be taking on Notre Dame, which fell to Cape Central 62-44. As that matchup could be a little more even than you think this evening. But right now, Kennett would love nothing more than to play spoiler if possible. But again, this is a team that's getting a lot of looks for D1 commits. Also, too, in the state preseason polls, that they are going to be a tough out should we see this momentum come to fruition. And so far, it looks like, why not?
And adding P.J. Farmer to your roster definitely does not hurt your chances of winning a state championship.
Quick shot up and in from Deshaun Wilson after the miscommunication from Aston Williams. So Williams gets it out. Here's Wiggins. Wiggins at the top, floats it out. Wiggins again, can't get it. Rebound back in the hands of Sadler, but it's going to be a bounce out of play. Or Artis, excuse me, out of play. And again, despite, a bunch of these guys playing together last year, I would argue to say that Dontrez Williams had his kind of coming out party last year, exploding and scoring during the last 2 nights for the Bulldogs. Quick up and in for P.J. Farmer. It's, there's a lot of weapons on this team that are going to make you pay if you don't handle the ball correctly.
Yeah, it's definitely not a team that you can go out and make simple mistakes with or or a lot of mistakes at all. You're really going to have to be smarter and kind of slow down your decision making a little bit to make sure that those mistakes are reduced, because Sikeston will take advantage of you and strike you like a viper.
Ashton Dismukes entering the game for Kennett. Bounce pass from Farmer, now inside to find Williams. Williams outside, top of the arc, looks inside for Sadler. Easy up and in. The man in the post, a 7-foot center, making it happen for the Bulldogs.
Sikeston definitely got a height advantage in this ball game.
It will be, again, all of their starters above 6 feet. Kennett with only 5 players above the 6-foot mark, or I should say 6'1" mark. Shot blocked by Sadler. I feel like we're going to be saying that a lot tonight. Another shot from Kirk, can't get it, blocked again. This time PJ Farmer reaching up, but a whistle will be called. So we'll see Hunter Kirk now head to the line, as Chris Artis is going to pick up the foul. So we see the 6'2" senior Hunter Kirk at the line. Shot is up. It is off the mark. Well, needless to say, home court advantage is going to play a factor. The Red Peppers near at full capacity here tonight. And a lot of red and black in the building, too. Next shot is up and way off the mark.
They have the student section has an entire section just for them, and it is massive.
It's, again, one of the more active student sections out in Southeast Missouri. Second shot from Wiggins is up and in.
Wiggins has started this ball game so far with I think he's got all the points but 2.
That he does. He's got 7. But Ashton Dismukes gets it on the board to ease the lead to 5. So it's going to be a lot of back and forth to see, again, can Kennett keep up? That's going to be the big question more than anything. Here's Taylor. Taylor trying to protect from the trap. Gets out to Ashton Dismukes, and Sikeston's going to settle it out the other way. Here's the shot from Wilson. Gets it up, can't get it, off the mark. Tip up, no good. Rebound back by Farmer. Team's pinballing everywhere. Farmer gets it out. Looks over to Wiggins. No. To Artis, pardon me. Can't get it. Farmer answers back with the putback.
Farmer with his own rebound goes up 2 points.
So PJ Farmer answers right back. It's a 7-point lead. And a foul's going to be picked up on Tristan Wiggins. It'll be his first and team foul number 2. And substitutions abound coming in for the Bulldogs. We'll see LaCarrion McCray enter the game. We'll also see, trying to get the view from our vantage point, Jaquan Applewhite also in the game. Here's Wilson. Wilson drives inside, floats up, no good. Rebound back in the hands of the Bulldogs, and Farmer quickly settling out the other way. Gets the quick pace, looks over to find Thomas. Thomas outside to McCray for 3. Rolls off the rim. Rebound back in the hands of Williams. Williams looks inside, now out to Applewhite. Looks over to Farmer for 3. Bingo! PJ Farmer back-to-back buckets. And the Bulldogs already with the 14-4 advantage.
Yeah, PJ Farmer is not a kid you want to leave open on the top.
Wilson, 2-on-1. Bounce pass inside. Looks out again, stolen away by Williams. Williams, buckle up! That'll get the student section moving and the blood pumping here at the field house.
He definitely anticipated that one, and we knew it was coming. And here we go again.
Here we go. Back. Oh, off the rim. He wanted it, though.
He wanted it.
Kennett now trying to answer back the other way. The foul's going to stay on the floor. It'll be on Jaquan Applewhite, his first. Team foul number 3. And again, you can feel the energy kind of radiate, at least to our broadcast spot. We're kind of, I would say we're primarily in the Sikeston fan section as it stands right now. Student section a little bit to our right, to the left.
And a sea of red.
A sea of red, absolutely. Of course, some Jackson fans staying from the previous game. Some Dexter fans trickling in for their game later tonight, too. But overall, a crowd looking to see just how explosive this Sikeston team can be. Here's Truss, can't get it up, but he'll have a chance to go to the line.
Foul on the Bulldogs, LaCarrion McCray, his first.
So that'll be McCray's first foul and team foul number 4. So Kennett will be shooting free throws the rest of the way. And if Kennett wants to try to stay in this one, they'll need to hope that foul trouble could become a concern, but also that Truss doesn't have any miscues like we just saw there. 16-4 our score, an advantage of the Bulldogs. He goes 0 for 2. Here's another quick pass up and in for LeCarrion McCray.
Nice look and feed in by P.J. Farmer to McCray. It's about as pretty as a pass as you're going to see all night.
Farmer is going to be absolutely threatening with the assists and the scoring this evening. This ball floats out of play once more, going to stay with Kennett. So 3:04 to go, 14-point advantage of the Bulldogs. With an explosive offense in first quarter, just as we kind of expected. Nearly stolen away from Wilson. Floats up, easy up and in from P.J. Farmer, thanks to Kobe Thomas, I believe, on the dish out. So the Bulldogs just continuing to ride in well with 2:46 remaining and absolutely pouring it on here in their opening game of this conference tournament. Shot is up and off the mark from Deshaun Wilson. Here's Wiggins. Gets out now to Thomas for 3. Can't get it. Shot up from Williams, no. Second chance, no. Looks for a third and a fourth. Can't get it, but will go to the line. And, you know, one of the things that we kind of go back to and just how good this Sikeston team can be, it all comes with the leadership, and that's from Greg Hollifield now in his 26th season as the head coach of the Bulldogs. And again, just the surprise district championship last season, the quarterfinals, losing to Cardinal Ritter. I mean, just what he's done with this program during his time here, state championships, district championships, you name it.
Yeah, and if you look out on the floor, it says 2011 state champs, 30-0. Greg Hollifield has paved the way for Sikeston basketball for years to come.
Second shot is up and in. And continuing to architect just another fantastic program and a fantastic product, at least on the court this season. Rebound back in the hands of Williams. Gets it up, shot is up, it's good for Tristan Wiggins.
Sikeston has threats all over the court. I mean, there's not a kid on that floor that's not fast, physical, and threatening.
Wilson trying to answer back on his own, 20-4 the score. And a whistle on the hold, and a travel violation. So Sikeston just continuing to move well. Kennett just trying to find any sort of footing, but a lot of miscommunication tonight for the Indians.
Yeah, a lot of miscommunication, and I just don't think they can keep up with this high-powered Sikeston offensive team or defense.
Taken away now by Kennett. Here's Dismukes to try to get an answer, and a foul's going to be picked up by Wiggins. Sikeston right now going 10 for 21 from the field, included 8 for 16 for 2, 2 of 5 from the three-point arc.
Not bad numbers.
So overall, just under 50% here in this first quarter with 1:40 to go. Shot is up and good, and that's the first free throw made all night for the Indians. So second opportunity coming up for the sophomore and Ashton Dismukes. It is up, it is off the mark. Rebound back in the hands of Farmer, and now he's quickly moving out the other way. Dishes it over to McCray, gets it. McCray leaving it just open-ended for him, and again, Kennett trying to find answers of what has been a Sikeston juggernaut.
Yeah, P.J. Farmer's just got that he's got that situational awareness. That's his second or third pass tonight from the half-court line.
Buckle up looking for his slam, but didn't really have the height on that one.
Kind of teased us with that one a little bit, Joe.
But, you know, a nice, easy lay-in, a mini skyhook, if you will. So, with 1:05 to go, it's been all Bulldogs all night. And a steal from Williams. Here we go. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that this week.
A lot of that from Dontrez Williams. Now we understand why he's committed to Abilene Christian.
30-5 our score. 2 Williams slams and an explosive offense to boot. Taylor trying to keep his hands on it. Falls short, picked up by Sadler. Sadler looking over to McCray. What can you say about Dontrez Williams? That's 3 for him in the first quarter.
And McCray with the alley-oop, coming in with the alley-oop. I like the showmanship, Joe. I really like the showmanship. It gets your crowd fired up.
10, was a little over 10 seconds to go in the first. Nearly picked away by McCray. Shot up from Wilson. That's going to be way off the mark. 1 second. A lob for P.J. Farmer. Going to be way over the backboard. But a 32-point first quarter. A team that has been built to be one of the most exciting in the region, living up to the hype. Back with a second in a moment. To 5 our score, and we take a look at the scoring summary. We knew there was going to be a lot of scoring weapons tonight, and but just one player in double digits, but already nearly a double-double for P.J. Farmer, 11 points and 7 boards.
Yeah, 11.7 boards for P.J. Farmer. By my calculation, at least 4 assists from him, and that's just in the first quarter. It's Tristan Wiggins coming in with 7, Dontrez Williams 8 on 3 massive dunks. And he tried for 1 that he missed. 6 rebounds for him, so he's getting close to the double-double mark as well. It's been all Sykes in the first quarter and very little Kennett.
2 of 11 from the field for the Indians, 14 of 25 for the Bulldogs. So you do the math, well over 50% as it stands. Well, just over 50% as we should say, as it stands. Free throws 2 for 2, Kennett 1 for 6, and Sikeston just benefiting with the board 17-4. And what we know is going to be a tall and athletic team, and quite simply the team of now. I mean, some people are saying, oh, this is going to be the next big thing rising up. No, they're here.
They're here. It would not surprise me if they're not the team at the top of their class at the end of the season.
Here come the Indians inside, 2-on-1, 7:38 remaining, just getting underway in quarter number 2. Shot is up and off the mark. Rebound back in the hands of Sikeston. Farmer trying to connect with Chris Artis, trying to join the dunk party, but he couldn't do it. Here's Dismukes to throw it up. Can't get it, but a whistle will take him to the line. So again, free throws can obviously make things a little bit closer, but focusing on the free throws and not getting rattled up in quite simply what is a very tough place to play. Tough place to play no matter if it's a neutral court or not, but a tough place to play, especially if you're an opposing team.
Yeah, Sikeston's always been a tough place to play, but you know, we're coming back to the free throw. We didn't have a whole lot of fouls in that first quarter. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot in this quarter, but yeah, Sikeston definitely a tough place to play. The student section has to change the way we talk over the microphone here, because the louder they get, of course, we have to get loud, but it's definitely a tough place to play, and it's going to work out in Sikeston's favor here tonight.
Absolutely, not just tonight, but potentially for the future. Shot is up from Wiggins, got it.
Tristan Wiggins for 3.
So Tristan Wiggins answering again for 3, and the Bulldogs in cruise control, 35-7.
And Tristan Wiggins now joins the double digit in scoring.
We'll see what Deshaun Wilson can do. Dishes it out to Chris Jefferson at the top. Kennett, a team with 6 seniors on the squad. A team that, again, trying to rebuild just a little bit. And the guy to help make that happen is Fred Garman, as we know, a legend in the Kennett program, and that he said the right man to be the right call to make is leading this program.
Yeah, you know, even if he doesn't have a phenomenal year, if you would, I think if you give Coach Garman a couple years, I think he's going to build a rich, successful program there at Kennett.
Applewhite gets it up and in, and keep in mind, Kennett is always going to be one of those teams that'll hang around in that Class 4 district, which often really goes to whoever has a hotter team, but this year we don't even know how that's going to roll with not too many of the power programs, if you will, being in that Class 4 district this year. Just Dexter and Kennett as it stands so far, with Notre Dame moving back to Class 3. Shot is up and in for Tristan Wiggins in the meantime. But now we talk about Class 5 District 1 with Sikeston, Cape Central now in the mix. Poplar, Bluff, they're up and coming, but I think just looking at this Sikeston team, I think they're looking more than just winning your region at this point.
I think the look that we've got from Sikeston so far, they are setting the bar high for the other teams in their district, even in Class 5, to match. As I said earlier, it would not surprise me if we don't see another imprint on the opposite side of the floors here next year that says 2023 state champs, possibly even 30-0.
Shot is up and good this time for Ashton Dismukes to ease on the scoring drought for the Bulldogs, but 39-8 our score in a game that has just been absolute all gas, no brakes. It's also the first time that the Bulldogs are debuting on their new court underneath some of the new renovations going on here at the Fieldhouse. Shot up for Williams is up and in. Another three for him tonight. And again, the route is on here in Sikeston. But also it's the first night with the Bulldogs have played on their new home court with a renovated lobby, some of the new paint going on to make it feel even more so like home.
Yeah, the Sikeston School District has really done a good job making renovations here. They've really changed the way this place looks. It's very, very nice, and just kudos to them.
Yep, absolutely. Led at the top by Frank Staple, of course, athletic director. We spoke with him last night on some of the new things that'll be coming to the Fieldhouse. You can watch that in the Day 1 telecast, which is available now on YouTube. Jaquan Applewhite gets that up and in. And the offensive foul. Actually, no offensive foul. It will be on Kennett. That'll be on number 25, Deshaun Wilson. But no, speaking with Frank Staple last night just a little bit, they've got a lot of plans on what they want to do to try to spruce this up a little bit. You kind of see the Bulldog curtain up here. That is going to be replaced with maybe a new Bulldog, likely a new Bulldog, who knows. And just, the way with some of the new paints, with the court lighting, just a lot of different things done in here to make this feel not only a great place to host a tournament like this, but a great home court atmosphere.
Yeah, it's probably the nicest basketball facility I've been in a long time. And like I said, I just can't give them credit enough for the work they've done over the summer and on the offseason leading up to the tournament.
So 4:39 remaining. Bulldogs up by 35, blocked out of play by Jaquan Applewhite.
Kennett just really struggling to get something going on offense.
It seems as if any opportunity that we see the Indians get up for at least one or two, Sikeston answers right back with a 6-0 run, an 8-0 run, whatever that may be. Look to keep it going. But we're going to see potentially some key components of Sikeston that you may not see a lot of and for even more talent to develop, because you take a look at this roster, 1, 2, 3. There is only 3 seniors on this squad for the Bulldogs. Yeah, the vast majority of these being juniors.
They're a very young squad. They're 7-footer, junior. Chris Artis, 6'2", he's a junior. PJ Farmer, 6'2", point guard, junior. All of these names that we're calling out tonight, for the majority of them, with the exception of Williams, with the exception of Applewhite and Patterson, they're all coming back.
Here's a chance for Kobe Thomas to get it up and in, and he does. So again, just a lot of key components that is going to set this program up for success, not just this season, but the next 2 to come, maybe even 3 down the road, who knows. So it's been all Bulldogs all night, 46-9 our score. Thomas dishes it out, finds Ben James now in the game. Quick shot up on the way, can't get it. Rebound back in the hands of Kennett. Now they're quickly charging the other way. 3:34 left to go here in the half. A block from Trey Sadler. Bulldogs quick to connect. Williams, no. The reach in from Chris Jefferson, however, is going to send him back to the line.
That block from Sadler, it's like he bounced it off the backboard, Joe. He got up there.
The man has height. Not only legitimately he has height, but his ability to connect and just absolutely force turnovers when you least expect it. Very, very good for the junior. And you have to think a bunch of these guys are going to be getting some looks to even play further down the road, whether it not only be at the D1 level, but the D2 NAIA level as well.
Yeah, you know, anytime you have a 7-foot athlete in high school, especially in this area, they're going to be a standout, and you've got to wonder what looks for the next level they're going to be getting.
Foul is going to be picked up on Sikeston. So that'll be on Dontrez Williams, his first and team foul number 3 here in this second period. So really not a lot of fouls tonight for either team, really. So we may not see as many trips to the free throw line. Again, with the new rule, only 5 team fouls per quarter. That's going to take you to the line. We saw that in our last game, of course, but this one may not necessarily play a factor.
Yeah, the last game, free throws really played a factor in their game and was really the deciding factor for the outcome of that game.
Here's Ashton Dismukes banking it in for 3. And now trimming the lead to 36. Here's Williams. Gets it up and in. Easy look for Dontrez Williams to get the score. And the points still continue to mount. Another chance for Kennett. Can't get it. Nice rebound for Ashton Dismukes. A chance for Wilson for 3. He answers back. So now Kennett's starting to settle down a little bit, kind of getting their offensive zone. And a traveling violation. So the Indians now looking for a little momentum as Sikeston's kind of easing on the brakes a little bit.
Yeah, Kennett's not giving up. I mean, even being down about almost 40 at one point, they've not given up so far. They're still playing. They're still trying to score baskets. They're still trying to make something happen.
Kennett will, and keep in mind, should they lose this game, they will have the 3-night treatment. So 3 games and 3 nights. Of course, it takes 4 to win another tournament they have coming up in 2 weeks. We'll be out there for that one as well. But again, tournament play, and especially going toe-to-toe with tough opponents, is really not the easiest thing to do. So with 2:05 remaining, fouls going to be picked up on Chris Artis. That'll be his second team foul number 4 for the Bulldogs. So here's Wilson. Bobbles it out, nearly picked up by Artis. Shot off the board, scooped up by Farmer. Dishes it out, finds Applewhite, can't get it. Bounced off Applewhite, but can't get it up and in. The tip was waiting for Trey Sadler.
Nice tip in by Trey Sadler.
So Sadler tipping it in. It's a 37-point lead for the Bulldogs, 52-15, with 1:31 to go here in the first half. Quick little spin move. Gets it out to find Taylor. Taylor tries to answer, and a blocking foul send him up to the line. Since Sikeston is at the limit officially, it'll be free throws the rest of the way for Kennett to try to eat into this Bulldog lead, or bite into the Bulldog lead, 52-15. So we'll see Caden Taylor head to the line. First shot is up and off the mark. And the sounds of, oh, definitely ringing to our right as it stands. Looking now for a chance of shot number 2. It is up, it is off the mark. Rebound back in the hands of Applewhite. Farmer now taking it the other way. Sets up for Artis. Artis lurking out now to Wiggins. Wiggins with 1:11 to go. Looks over to Farmer for 3. In and out. Sadler to answer. The phone did not ring. Here comes Kennett the other way. Shot is up. It is off the mark. Rebound back in the hands of Jefferson. That's good to go.
Chris Jefferson.
So Kennett doing a great job of trying to at least get those second chance buckets. But it has been all Sikeston all evening. Second shot is up and good. Jaquan Applewhite answering back on his own. And it's 54-17. Here's Dismukes now crossing the timeline. Nearly poked out by Wiggins. Jefferson trying to keep his hands on it, but it will stay with the Bulldogs, or go back to the Bulldogs, rather.
Another costly turnover for Kennett.
So, again, Sikeston continuing to force turnovers, continuing to force the offensive miscommunication, and Sikeston going to be looking to hold for the last shot with 17 to go. It's in the hands of Farmer. Kennett spreading out on the defense. See what Farmer wants to do here. Farmer dishes out, finds Wiggins for three, hits there. Tristan Wiggins answers with the three, and that is how this first half comes to a close. Well, it's the Sikeston's community first chance to take a look at this team, and by the looks of it, it looks like they're going to have a fun season in store. Already a fun first half in store, 57-17. We'll be back, break down the first half for you, and talk about the second when you come back. It is the SEMO Conference Tournament here at Aycorp Sports.
When we look, we listen. When we evaluate, we understand. We get you to the right number without treating you like one. At Southeast Primary Care, we know your relationship with your doctor is one of the keys to get you better and keep you well. Our network of providers connects you to the brightest minds and latest technologies. It's a healthy relationship. Southeast Primary Care, always by your side.
What First State Community Bank means to me is, it says it in its name, community.
We're family, we care about one another, whether it's in our SEMO markets or we can reach out to someone in Farmington, Columbia. They're always there to assist.
We are very customer focused. Our employees do a great job with listening to the customers.
The tellers know 100% of all customers by their name.
If you want to feel at home, then walk into the doors of First State Community Bank.
Southern Custom Meats in Dexter, Missouri is providing you with the best in custom butchering, fresh vegetables, and farm fresh eggs. Call now or visit us today and see the Southern Custom Meats difference for yourself.
Missouri State Senator Jason Bean, representing Butler, Carter, Dunklin, Mississippi, New Madrid, Oregon, Pemiscot, Ripley, Stoddard, and Wayne counties, would like to wish all the Southeast Missouri basketball programs in the 25th District a safe and successful season.
My name is Kevin Rossville. I'm a farmer from Prairie County, Arkansas. Been farming since 1991. Started farming with my father-in-law when I got married. We've been raising rice ever since. We've all been looking for something for a change for years. And I think this 263L is going to be the next and up-and-coming thing for us. It's really going to work well on a lot of different ground and a lot of different farms around here.
Dynagro 263L, available exclusively at Notre Ag Solutions.
At Young Real Estate, we're Southeast Missouri, just like you.
We are parents.
We are teachers.
We are grandparents.
We are active in our community.
We are patriots.
Serving all of Southeast Missouri, and we are here for you.
We are young.
NextEra Energy Resources is the world's largest generator of renewable energy from the wind and sun, and a world leader in energy storage. Since 2016, NextEra Energy Resources has invested more than $339 million in Missouri to fuel local economic growth. Today, our company owns and operates one wind energy facility in the state and is looking to invest even more in the Show Me State. We are committed to being a trusted community partner and look forward to providing affordable, clean, renewable energy for generations of Missourians to come.
Bagby Wealth Management in Dexter, Missouri is helping you with all your retirement planning, 401k rollovers, and financial planning. Contact them or visit them today. Bagby Wealth Management. Your path starts here.
First State Bank and Trust wants to thank the Dexter community for 20 years in business. We're there for you for your first paycheck, buying a home, opening a small business, starting a family, or planning to retire, and everything in between. We're the local bank you know and trust for all of your financial needs. Visit fsbtrust.com or stop by our Dexter branch to explore all your financial options.
We're right here at King Jerry Lawler's Hall of Fame Bar and Grill on world-famous Beale Street, and as you can see, oh my gosh, we have the best barbecue ribs in Memphis. Oh my gosh, the gumbo is out of this world, but you gotta try the King's Triple Decker Slam Burger. You'll love it.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
Growing cotton in the Mid-South is hard work. As a farmer, you make tough decisions every day. Choosing a cotton variety shouldn't be one of them. Next-gen brand varieties from Americot are bred specifically for cotton growers like you. We're 100% independent and farmer-owned. Plant cotton that works as hard as you do. Americot. All we do is cotton, all the time.
At SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care while making our patients feel welcome in our warm and friendly atmosphere. With locations throughout Southeast Missouri, we provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to anyone and everyone that may need it. Visit SEMO Health Network for your wellness exams, COVID and flu vaccinations, lab services, dental exams, counseling, and more. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Do you need personal...
Halftime here at Sikeston, where it's been all Bulldogs and all bite for them. They lead over Kennett 57-17. Welcome back to the broadcast booth. Joe Northern, Corey Sisk with you. You know, obviously it's been exciting basketball tonight. Guess what? We get to have more of this tomorrow night and Thursday night and Friday night. And by the way, it's only halfway done for us when it comes to tournaments. Is next week the Clarkton Holiday Tournament coming up. A lot of great teams involved in that one too.
Yeah, we got 12 games for you in the Clarkton Holiday Tournament. Expected to be a really good one. You've got Malden, you've got Portsville, you've got Risco, you've got Doniphan ready to compete. And then Saturday, December 16th, we'll have a live studio show with Bloomfield Christmas Tournament seedings. Find out that 16-team tournament, find out where everybody ranks. And the beginning, the day after Christmas, 26 games of the Bluefield Christmas Tournament. What a way to start our 72 games between Thanksgiving and New Year's on Aycorp Sports.
And quite simply, it has been a whale of a 72-game stretch that's going to be coming up. So, again, tomorrow night, Jim and Bobby will be back up with you in the booth. I will see you from the new curtain that we have, or I should say the new backdrop that we have right behind the stage here at the field house. We'll kick it off with the Nutrient Ag pregame report beginning at 5:50 right here tomorrow night. But still, again, first half thoughts, this was exactly as advertised as we thought from Sikeston, and again, just firing on all cylinders. The Century Club for tonight, definitely not out of play.
No, it's been all Sikeston and very little Kennett. We kind of talked about that at halftime, but coming over some stats for you, you've got Sikeston, you've got Kobe Thomas coming in with 2 points. Their leading scorer, they've got 2 leading scorers. You've got Tristan Wiggins with 15 points, Dontrez Williams, 15 points, 7 rebounds. You've got Trace Adler, the 7-foot junior. He's 4 points with 5 rebounds. PJ Farmer, 11 points, 9 rebounds. Kobe Thomas, 2 points, 1 rebound. Jaquan Applewhite, 6 points, 5 rebounds. McCray, 4 points. So really a good even scoring pattern all the way across the board for Sikeston.
Really, it is going to be a tale of you don't know who you're going to get when it comes to a leading scorer any night. You might have 3 or 4 in the meantime. So as we continue, 7:48 remaining here in this third quarter. Shot is up and in from Trey Sadler. So Sadler answering early, and he is going to give teams issues when it comes to the post.
Yeah, he's just a tall, lanky kid down there. I mean, he can, on his tiptoes, he can touch the rim. I mean, anytime you've got that, you've got problems.
Wiggins is going to be picking up his 3rd personal foul, team foul number 1, Ashton Dismukes. He's had a pretty solid game so far, 10 of the Kennett 17 as it stands. Pretty good force off the bench so far this evening. But he misses the first. See what he does. The shot number 2, it is up and off the mark. Rebound back in the hands of Williams. So a 42-point affair, which if you were following the Bulldogs team last week in DeSoto, this is nothing new to you. Beating opponents by 47 and 42 in their first 2 games before knocking off Cape Central in the title as Wiggins goes for 3 by 15 on Saturday in the Fountain Classic in DeSoto. Kennett trying to move back the other way. Gets it out. Finding again Ashton Dismukes. Lurks up once more. Can't get it. Rebound back in the hands of Williams. So Williams swiftly moving, and again, the execution that we see for all of this offense, it feels like, I mean, again, it's just a playbook that Coach Greg Hollifield and company have definitely really focused on building around those key components initially of Williams and Wiggins, but adding PJ Farmer to the equation and Trey Sadler, that's a recipe for success.
A high recipe for success that a lot of coaches probably going to be hitting Greg Hollifield up, asking him what his recipe is, because he's got it figured out.
Zardis gets that up and in. There's a little sign cut up near their locker room that says, if winning was easy, everybody could do it. And not everybody can do what, honestly, this combination of PJ Farmer and Dontrez Williams can do. As a timeout will be called by Kennett. We'll step aside, all Bulldogs, all night. Back in a moment on Aycorp Sports. (66-17) our score here in half number 3. Joe Northern, Corey Sisk, our statistician Garrett Hicks, our guys down in the right side of the Red Pepper student section. Josh I, Andrew Moore, Tori Peterson, Tyler Lassiter, our entire crew bringing you the action all week long. Our camera guys also on the tripods, making it all happen for you here. It's been a fun week so far. Fun game, especially if you support the Sikeston Bulldogs so far. Kennett trying to get at least some answers moving forward. in the hands of Jefferson. Gets it out to Taylor at the top. Lobs it over now to Wilson. Wilson lurks up.
Sikeston still in that 2-3 zone and kind of every now and then transition into a man-to-man.
The 2-3, I mean, we feel like it's the prominent defense that we see because it works, quite frankly. Shot is up and good for Ashton Dismukes.
There's a lot of schools run the 2-3 primarily as their defense, but Joe, to be quite honest with you, a lot of schools aren't successful with it.
No, I mean, you can run it, but trying to execute it to a T, completely different story because you have to find a way to protect that paint, avoid getting that 3-second charge, and really kind of move around to try to even control the most high octane of offenses, too. That's number 4 tonight for Dontrez Williams, connecting with the rim.
This kid is just having his own slam dunk contest tonight.
I think somebody would rate that a 7 compared to the 10 that we saw earlier.
That's right. Yeah, it's going to be hard to beat that alley-oop from P.J. Farmer.
I feel like we're going to be saying that combo a lot this season, or at least those who will be watching these games will be saying that a lot. Farmer to Williams. Shot is off the mark from Deshaun Wilson. Here comes the Bulldogs the other way. Farmer can't answer back. Pinballing ends up in the hands of Artis. He gives it up and in. And it's now a 50-point advantage. Here's Taylor. He's going to get fouled, however, by Sadler.
I think we're just a few seconds away from a continuous clock. Isn't it halfway through the third?
It is not. It is not. It is actually, so fourth quarter, if it is a 30-point lead at the beginning of the third quarter, then the clock will continuously run from 8 minutes down. If for any reason it goes below 30 points, then the clock stops.
I think it's safe to say the Sikeston's got a pretty comfortable lead. I don't
see that happening, but you know, we've seen stranger things happen, quite frankly. We've seen comebacks come about. We did see an 18-point comeback earlier this season, too. We thought that was going to be a turbo clock over at the Riverbend a couple of weeks ago, which if you miss all of that action, do not fret if you're watching us on YouTube. The archives from all of our tournaments are available. Just click on the live tab and you can go back and catch up on all the action this season, whether it be with basketball, football, and volleyball. All available for you right now on the Aycorp Sports YouTube channel. So here comes Kobe Thomas crossing the timeline, taking their time. You have to think they're going to try to slow down just a little bit, not try to force anything too quickly. And more importantly, just kind of keeping your guys healthy, keeping them composed. Because, you know, this is just a start. You have 2 other competitive games, and Sikeston, they've won more of these tournaments than anybody else as the shot is up and good for LaCarrion McCray. Since this tournament, keep in mind, only 18 editions of it. Sikeston's won 8 of them, and they're looking to get half of them if things are successful Friday night.
They have a pretty good chance of winning this tournament this year. I didn't realize until I physically saw I watched the game last year with Sikeston and New Madrid, at New Madrid. This Sikeston team that I'm seeing tonight would have beat that Sikeston team, I believe, by 30, and that Sikeston team I thought was fairly decent last year.
It was a team that, you know, they had a lot of the pieces that you could see the potential with that. It wasn't there quite yet, though. But now, obviously, having quick shot coming in from Jaquan Applewhite from the dish from McCray, they had a lot of potential last year, but some of the pieces weren't completely developed. Wiggins was only a sophomore. Art is just a sophomore. And obviously, no P.J. Farmer to contribute to. But
that's right, no Trey Sadler.
And no Sadler. So, again, not a lot of these components that are making an impact now are doing quite so. But there were some signs of that making that happen. And you mentioned that Sikeston game, too. I kind of want to go back even further. Their game against Jackson in the first round of this tournament, where they played a Jackson team toe-to-toe, but nobody expected what the Indians ended up doing, not only in last year's tournament, but in the end of the regular season. And we kind of saw Sikeston really kind of ride that same trajectory. Only difference is they're still on it.
That's right, yeah. I think Jackson was the big surprise of high school basketball all year last year, especially towards the end of their season. I don't think anybody thought they would make it to the Class 6 Final Four game.
First Final Four since 1939, I believe, for the Indians. And doing that in Class 6, obviously, not only with all the large schools, but the cream de la creme of them, too. Here's McCray to throw that up. And we'll get a foul this time on Kennett. So unless anything randomly changes in the next 10 minutes and 13 seconds of game time, we'll be looking at a Poplar, Bluff, and Sikeston semifinal on Thursday night. That'll be the early game. And then the late game will be Cape Central and Notre Dame, shaping up to be a quality Final Four. Obviously, of course, have to wait until things are official before we can move things over on the brackets. Quick scoop up from the Indians and Wilson. And keep in mind, this is going to be a Kennett team that has contended with some of the lower teams down, or I would say lower in quality and performance, but have competed well in the Boot Heel Conference, in, again, just some of the lower conferences in the league, or in, not the league, but really in their region, and have always remained to be a competitive program. And there's still a lot of potential to be had with this Kennett squad, I feel.
Yeah, I think they've got the right person in the position to build a program. You know, Fred Garman's obviously had a rich success with Kennett as a player. They brought him in as a coach, and as I said earlier, he might not have the season that the citizens or even the fans of Kennett want him to have this year. But if you give this man a couple years, he's going to bring you home a lot of wins.
Yep, and again, taking a look at Kennett's record as it stands right now, 3-1 on the season coming into tonight's game. Some close games, however, on the win, one including South Penobscot in the Bulldog Classic last week before falling at the near horn to East Prairie, 47-44, and of course getting the win last night over Dexter, 56-41. They'll still always come out to play whenever the big games matter for them, and we know Bloomfield just happens to be one of those tournaments where you do see them shine.
You know, and you just rattled off all their wins. You know, they're not Kennett is better than the 25 points that you're seeing them score here tonight. They're still a good team. Although the scoreboard here at Sikeston may not reflect that, Kennett is a really good team. I think that's just a credit to how good the Sikeston Bulldogs are this year.
Oh, no question. I mean, this is, again, probably one of the most anticipated teams we've seen in years, quite frankly, from Sikeston. Of course, you know in this tournament there's always going to be one team that makes a big run to the Final Four, if not a championship. The many Charleston teams of the past, New Madrid currently doing so. I mean, keep in mind, 6 out of the 9 teams in this field were in the round of 16, either won district championships and 2 into the Final Four in their respective class. Ben James gets it up and in as we head to the 4th. A lot of competition to be had, but it's all Sikeston right now as we head to the 4th. 79-25. Back in a moment.
We're right here at King Jerry Lawler's Hall of Fame Bar and Grill on world-famous Beale Street, and as you can see, oh my gosh, we have the best barbecue ribs in Memphis. Oh my gosh, the gumbo is out of this world, but you gotta try the King's Triple Decker Slam Burger. You'll love it.
The sound system is blaring the song It's a Party, and it is a party so far tonight for the Bulldogs, whether it be in blocks, dunks, three-pointers, whatever it may be. And it is, again, a lot of future and a lot of potential that this Sikeston team has been pumping so far.
Yeah, it's been all Sikeston, and, you know, the Bulldogs have been their bite has absolutely matched their bark 100% tonight. It's been all Sikeston. Very little Kennett. We're going to have a running clock here to start the 4th. All the young guys, mostly young guys in.
So it is going to be interesting to see, too, how these guys are going to really develop their game as well, because, yes, we talk about the major players as that goes up and in for Chris Jefferson on the layup. Really talk about the guys that are going to be kind of developing that next man up philosophy. For every Dontrez Williams and P.J. Farmer, you have a Jaquan Applewhite and Carryon McCray that both have had great games tonight, quite frankly, too.
Yeah, I can't wait to give you guys the stats on their official stats or unofficial stats, however you want to call it, for the end of the game that we've been keeping up with.
Ben James with a long 3 gets it up and in. And just to kind of see, how the next man up is going to be, and just, you don't know who's going to lead in scoring any given night for this team, I feel.
No, as I'm looking out there now, I think it's the sophomores out there. And, we were just talking about next man up, and Ben James drains a deep three-pointer from the side. So I think going back to, as we said earlier, the PJ Farmers, when he's gone, he's got till next year, but when those guys are gone, this is your next man up. And so far, the few seconds they've played, I think it's promising.
Absolutely. Here's Dismukes trying to draw up the offense and just to keep everything moving for the Bulldogs. And again, the next matchup they'll be looking at is going to be Poplar Bluff tomorrow or Thursday night. They'll have the day to rest. Quickly moving the other way is Goodwin, Jaharis Goodwin, but can't get it up and in. Now Kennett sneaking back the other way, 55-point affair, an advantage of the Bulldogs. Foul's going to be called this time on Ben James.
Team foul number 1.
So again, a team that, for what we see now in height, power, and ability in the Bulldogs now, what we could see is speed and three-point shots from a team of the future, maybe.
That's right. Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of height looking out there. Now, obviously, some of those kids are young, so they still may grow quite a bit between this season and next, or even this season and their senior season. But I think we're going to have a lot of speed and a lot of good shots.
Absolutely. So, again, the route continuing on for the Bulldogs, and shot is up and off the mark, scooped up again from Davis. Davis gets it out to Goodwin for 3. He can't get it in. Rebound back for the Indians. Here comes Truss. Truss lobbing it up to Jones. As now we're going to start to see some of Kennett's next man up working their way into the ball game. With 5:13 to go in this one. Here's Jefferson, gets it out to Taylor. Taylor 2-on-1, lobs it up, keeps it in play. Great movement. Here comes Henflin. Henflin trying to go up with the reach in and the attempted block from Goodwin. But he'll get written up for it.
Jaharis Goodwin has, the little time he's been in so far, he's played really hard. He's not scared to take the shot. He's playing really physical on defense. So, I like the physicality from him.
I do too, and I think you have a lot of physical energy coming in from him. He's not afraid to get the blocks. He's not afraid to kind of go in, take maybe a charge or two if you can. But again, too, one thing we notice is that right now, height-wise, too, you still have only, 3-4 guys underneath 6 foot, and another substitution going to be coming in. It looks like number 13, Will Lape, in the game. They want him to get the 3, can't get it. I can tell you this place is going to erupt the second he makes a shot.
And looking out here, seeing all the young guys and all the older guys, like kind of the mentors on the bench there, every time they take a shot, they just cheer him on. I mean, you can definitely tell they're wanting these younger guys to get their playing time, to get their points on the board.
Shot up from Henflin is off the mark, and, it gives them an opportunity to shine on the stage, which is really kind of what you want at the end of the day. Foul going to be called on the Bulldogs. Still clock going to continue to run at this point with an 82-28 affair.
Team foul number 3.
And team foul number 3 for the Indians. Or for the Bulldogs, rather. As Taylor's going to shoot that up and in. Taking a look at the schedules for these two teams coming up. After this tournament is done, Sikeston will be taking on Notre Dame, Cape Notre Dame, next week before having 2 holiday tournaments, the Normandy Collaborative, or shootout at the Normandy Collaborative, rather, and then the St. Dominic's tournament before hosting Charleston on January 5th. And boy, that'll be a fun one right here in the Fieldhouse.
Yeah, PJ Farmer going against his former alumni. Obviously, that's going to be a good physical matchup. And I'm just anxious to see how Charleston reacts to the fact that their star player from last year is now the star player from their most competitive rivalry.
3-point is good for Taquavius Jones. But keep in mind, Charleston, they have Katerion Owens, had a great night last night, 17 points. And again, you talk about a team that continues to develop a next man up philosophy. Charleston has done that for several years too. 2:23 remaining here in the fourth. So again, Charleston having that will be hosting that game. 4 consecutive home games for the Bulldogs in the month of January, with Farmington, Portageville, and these same Kennett Indians to round it out on January 16th. Meanwhile, Kennett will also get Charleston. Shot is off the mark for Lape, can't get it. They will be hosting Charleston on December 15th, and then the Bloomfield tournament. We'll have that for you, of course, right here on the network. But then they've got a gauntlet back-to-back with New Madrid County and Jackson both on the road, so not an easy schedule for them, really at all looking at it into the year.
Yeah, and then they come right back after Jackson. They come right back with Notre Dame and right back here at Sikeston.
So Kennett, a lot of questions needing to be answered. The potential is absolutely there, but it is going to be a gauntlet of a schedule in the month of January and December. Shot is off the mark, but rattles in. So 82-34, Lape for 3, bingo! Will Lape gets it in. And you can hear the red peppers erupt to our right side.
And the older guys on Sikeston bench, the PJ Farmer and Williams over there, they erupted as well. I think they've been rooting for that kid every time he's popped a shot tonight. So.
Yeah, the sophomore getting a 3. Oh, does he do it again? Yes, sir! Will Lape back-to-back 3s in the fourth. A fourth quarter 54-point hero, if anything.
And they may try to get it to him one more time.
Watch him try to go to it. Just give it to him.
And there it is.
Oh, bounce pass. You can hear a collective groan in there, too.
But he just came up with a nice assist. So, I mean, Will Lape, that kid's promising. He's promising for Sikeston.
That he is. Davis gets the bucket. Kennett gonna hold it. Might try to go for maybe one more shot here to Taylor. But not gonna matter. Sikeston explosive in the open. 90-37 the final. And quite simply, exactly as advertised for this Bulldog team.
Yeah, they might have just surpassed their season high with 90 points.
They did not. They were short 1 on that.
Really?
91 was in a semifinal game, or the semifinal game of the Fountain Classic. They almost got it, though.
Almost.
But I would not be surprised if the century mark is in their future this season.
91, 90 tonight. I saw a thing on 86 for another game.
The lowest they have scored in a game this season is 72 points, and that was against Cape Central, that is, last Saturday night in the DeSoto Classic. So.
This team is going to be dangerous for anyone who plays them.
Absolutely. Let's break down the final numbers while we've got you here. For Kennett, Ashton Dismukes coming off the bench, 13 points. Really great game for him. Leading Kennett, I think you're going to see him be a leader off the bench for the Indians. Deshaun Wilson with 5, Chris Jefferson picking up 6, Carrion Taylor with 4. For the Bulldogs, really not necessarily one leading scorer, a bunch of different guys getting on the board, and Dontrez Williams only with 19 points and 9 boards. Doesn't get the double-double. PJ Farmer does, however, only with 11 and 10, though.
Yeah, and then you got Tristan Wiggins, 18 points for him. PJ Farmer, as we mentioned, 11 points, 10 rebounds. Trace Sadler.
Yep, Sadler.
Trace Sadler. He's coming in with 6 points and 5 rebounds. You know, a 7-footer, you think, well, why can't he? You know, a 7-footer should be averaging anywhere between 18 to 20. And that's correct. But you've got to understand, most 7-footers on a team doesn't have weapons like PJ Farmer, like Dontrez Williams, all these other scorers that came in. Will Lape coming in clutch, 2 3-pointers right here at the last part of the fourth quarter. Jaquan Applegate, 8 points. McCray, 7 points. Sikeston, a lot of scorers, a lot of different weapons. Dangerous for anybody who plays them this year, and they are definitely going to be one to watch. And, Joe, my early prediction is they're probably going to be the best team in Class 5.
They very well could be the best team in Class 5. They knew they were going to have a target on their back this season, but so far, no one has even come close to getting the target on point. So the final score in this one, 90-37 in advantage of the Bulldogs. We'll step aside. It's our first winner-go-home game of this tournament to bring the tempo to a different pace, but it is still a winner-go-home affair between number 7 Notre Dame and number 9 Dexter. Can the Bearcats bounce back after their loss against Kennett last night? Or will Notre Dame be the team that bounces back to face Charleston on Wednesday? We'll talk to you coming up in about 9 minutes or so. Well, let's make it 10 minutes or so to break down that action for you. You're watching the 2023 SEMO Conference Tournament here at Aycorp Sports.
Merchandise. Trying to celebrate the season of that big state run? Then Juju Promotions in New Madrid has you covered. Whether it's heat presses, screen printing, or embroidery, we always have an option that will leave you satisfied and looking your best. With seasonal styles and plenty of accessories, there's something here for everyone. So come in and shop around. You'll be welcome with a smile and leave more fashionable than ever. Call us at 573-748-4040 or visit us in New Madrid.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Just remember, if Ultramorland is not on the back of your vehicle, you paid too much.
When we look, we listen. When we evaluate, we understand. We get you to the right number without treating you like one. At Southeast Primary Care, we know your relationship with your doctor is one of the keys to get you better and keep you well. Our network of providers connects you to the brightest minds and latest technologies. It's a healthy relationship. Southeast Primary Care, always by your side.
What First State Community Bank means to me is, it says it in its name, community.
We're family, we care about one another, whether it's in our SEMO markets or we can reach out to someone in Farmington, Columbia. They're always there to assist.
We are very customer focused. Our employees do a great job with listening to the customers.
The tellers know 100% of all customers by their name.
If you want to feel at home, then walk into the doors of First State Community Bank.
Southern Custom Meats in Dexter, Missouri is providing you with the best in custom butchering, fresh vegetables, and farm fresh eggs. Call now or visit us today and see the Southern Custom Meats difference for yourself.
Missouri State Senator Jason Bean, representing Butler, Carter, Dunklin, Mississippi, New Madrid, Oregon, Pemiscot, Ripley, Stoddard, and Wayne counties, would like to wish all the Southeast Missouri basketball programs in the 25th District a safe and successful season.
My name is Kevin Rossville. I'm a farmer from Prairie County, Arkansas. Been farming since 1991. Started farming with my father-in-law when I got married. We've been raising rice ever since. We've all been looking for something for a change for years. And I think this 263L is going to be the next and up-and-coming thing for us. It's really going to work well on a lot of different ground and a lot of different farms around here.
Dynagro 263L, available exclusively at Nutrient Ag Solutions.
At Young Real Estate, we're Southeast Missouri, just like you.
We are parents.
We are teachers.
We are grandparents.
We are active in our community.
We are patriots, serving all of Southeast Missouri, and we are here for you.
We are young.
NextEra Energy Resources is the world's largest generator of renewable energy from the wind and sun, and a world leader in energy storage. Since 2016, NextEra Energy Resources has invested more than $339 million in Missouri to fuel local economic growth. Today, our company owns and operates one wind energy facility in the state and is looking to invest even more in the Show Me State. We are committed to being a trusted community partner and look forward to providing affordable, clean, renewable energy for generations of Missourians to come.
Bagby Wealth Management in Dexter, Missouri is helping you with all your retirement planning, 401k rollovers, and financial planning. Contact them or visit them today. Bagby Wealth Management. Your path starts here.
First State Bank and Trust wants to thank the Dexter community for 20 years in business. We're there for you for your first paycheck, buying a home, opening a small business, starting a family, or planning to retire, and everything in between. We're the local bank you know and trust for all of your financial needs. Visit fsbtrust.com or stop by our Dexter branch to explore all your financial options.
We're right here at King Jerry Lawler's Hall of Fame Bar and Grill on world-famous Beale Street, and as you can see, oh my gosh, we have the best barbecue ribs in Memphis. Oh my gosh, the gumbo is out of this world, but you gotta try the King's Triple Decker Slam Burger. You'll love it.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
Growing cotton in the Mid-South is hard work. As a farmer, you make tough decisions every day. Choosing a cotton variety shouldn't be one of them. Next-gen brand varieties from Americot are bred specifically for cotton growers like you. We're 100% independent and farmer-owned. Plant cotton that works as hard as you do. Americot. All we do is cotton, all the time.
At SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care while making our patients feel welcome in our warm and friendly atmosphere. With locations throughout Southeast Missouri, we provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to anyone and everyone that may need it. Visit SEMO Health Network for your wellness exams, COVID and flu vaccinations, lab services, dental exams, counseling, and more. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Do you need personalized merchandise? Trying to celebrate the season of that big state run? Then Juju Promotions in New Madrid has you covered. Whether it's heat presses, screen printing, or embroidery, we always have an option that will leave you satisfied and looking your best. With seasonal styles and plenty of accessories, there's something here for everyone. So come in and shop around. You'll be welcome with a smile and leave more fashionable than ever. Call us at 573-748-4040 or visit us in New Madrid.
We welcome you back to the Fieldhouse, night number 2, game number 3, and our first win or go home situation tonight between Notre Dame, the 7th seed, and Dexter, the 7th seed. Tonight's game is brought to you by the Bank of Advance, and also special thanks to our previous sponsor in game number 2, Farm Credit for Kennett versus Sikeston. This one's presented by Bank of Advance. Joe Northern, Corey Sisk with you. Again, a win or go home situation for both of these two teams, looking to try to rebound not only in just their losses, but also rebound from key losses and try to get some more scoring tonight too.
Yeah, Dexter had one of 7 All-State players who competed in the tournament last year. Cole Nichols, he graduated. But looking down at Dexter's roster, Joe, they're not as deep as they were last year on the depth chart. They're coming in with 2 freshmen on the squad. Looks like 3, 4, 5 sophomores, 1 junior, and 2 seniors. So they're really not deep on the depth chart when it comes to experience. Notre Dame, on the other hand, they run deep, but still only 1 senior.
Well, a few more seniors on that squad. We did get some updates on that coming into the game last night. But again, both teams looking to really try to ride some momentum. It could be one of those defensive games where it may be another first to 50 win situation, or close to 50 as we should say, as the starting lineups being introduced for Dexter and Notre Dame. So number 3, Tucker Temples. Number 4, John Zapaldo. Number 5, Ethan Zabellin. Number 24, Devin Turnbow. And number 13, Nathan Harris. So Coach Chad Allen and Rob Nichols starting the 2 seniors, but getting some sophomores in the lineup as well. So Logan Londaway, 5'6", 6'4". Will Henry Stewart, number 2, the junior. Number 3, Colton Johnson, also getting the start. Number 5, Brett Dohan. Dohan picking up 14, I believe, last night for Notre Dame. And number 23, Carson Essner, the 6'1" senior. So Jeremy Brinkmeyer, Corey Johnson, Mark Rubel, the assistants, as we will be getting underway shortly with these 2 teams. So your keys to the game, Corey, what you got?
I think experience is going to pay off when it comes to Notre Dame. Then again, sitting at home last night, I heard Devin Turnbow from Dexter. I heard his name an awful lot, so I think he's going to have a big game. I think Notre Dame's going to have to find a way to kind of reduce his points a little bit. I think Dexter's just going to have to play. They're going to have to come out on their A game if they want to stay in this tournament.
Again, 2 names to keep your eyes out for Dexter. It'll be Zabellin and Turnbow as we are underway here in this one. Dexter going to be in their away jerseys, black uniforms, red numbers, red and white trim. Notre Dame with their home whites with blue letters and a little bit of gray trim. Dexter going to be going left to right on your screen. And it's taken away by Londaway. Londaway now connecting with Johnson. Johnson out to Londaway. Dexter settling into a little bit of a 2-3. adjusting a little man-to-man in the time as well. Here's Essner and Londaway just kind of drawing up their offense a little bit. We're going to see a lot of that tonight. Quick shot out on the way. Hits good for Carson Essner. And answers immediately with a three-point shot. And just like that, I believe all 3 games have started with a three-pointer tonight.
That is absolutely correct.
Here is Turnbow. Turnbow gets it out to Harris. Harris 2-on-1. Trying to get out of a stout Notre Dame defense that does have a little bit of height, and they've known to box you a little bit too. But that's no problem for Tucker Temples. He answers back with a 3.
A deep 3 too, Joe. He was almost at the volleyball line.
So 3-point shots are the tail of the tape early in the first minute 20 of this one. Londaway again. Settles now out to Dohan. Dohan at the top of Londaway. Gets it now to Colton Johnson. Way off the mark. As the dueling student sections, Dexter now chanting air ball. And you imagine that'll be the chant of the night anytime he's got his hands on it. 6:18 to go here in the first. Knotted up at 3 apiece. Back over to Temples for 3. Can't get it. Little fight for it. Gonna go back to Notre Dame. So only 2 3-pointers are the start of this game. The reason why these games started as well as they have, but nonetheless, it has been all Notre Dame all night long. Well, not all Notre Dame all night long, but a Notre Dame team that has a lot of potential in the future. But again, their new head coach in Jeremy Brinkmeyer really expecting a lot of his seniors to step up this season.
Yeah. How many did they update it to?
I believe there's 4.
There's 4 now?
Yeah,
okay.
4 for Notre Dame as it stands. Here's Londaway again at the top. Gets it out to connect to Johnson. Londaway, pardon me. Johnson getting chance of air ball in his ear. Here's Essner. Essner again out to Londaway. They're just passing off to each other one by one. Cross court back to Johnson. Essner for 3. It's good! Essner with all of Notre Dame's 6, and they lead the Bearcats by a triple.
Dexter's going to have to get out top whenever he's got the ball in his hand, because as their student sections over there yelling air ball when a different player gets it, it's not for him.
Dexter trying to answer back with Sepaldo. Can't do it. Rebound back in the hands of the Bulldogs, and Dohan in control. Almost bobbing off his foot, but picks it up. Here's Johnson again, gets it out to Londaway. Londaway sneaks out to find Essner. Essner again, lurking out and about, over to Johnson. Johnson cross pass. Finding Londaway, he wants the 3. Can't get it. Jump ball, gonna go to Notre Dame. Stay with Notre Dame, rather. Great fight for the ball to keep it in possession in the first 3 minutes of this one. And Notre Dame only putting up 44 last night in the loss to Cape Central. Already with 8 with this one, thanks to Colton Johnson with a layup. And it's a steal opportunity for Londaway. He answers right back. And now we're starting to see a little full court pressure from Notre Dame, wanting to try to ice this up pretty early.
Dexter's kind of struggling with that full court press too a little bit.
Notre Dame wanting to waste no time, try to go in for the kill. Here comes Essner to answer back. He can't get it, but will get a chance to go to the line. Notre Dame currently on a 7-0 scoring run, about halfway through the first quarter, and again led by Carson Essner so far tonight with 6 of the Notre Dame 10. It's Coach Chad Allen wants to talk about it and think it over. We'll step aside. Notre Dame in control early here at the SEMO Conference Tournament. Back in a moment.
Missouri State Senator Jason Bean, representing Butler, Carter, Dunklin, Mississippi, New Madrid, Oregon, Pemiscot, Ripley, Stoddard, and Wayne counties, would like to wish all the Southeast Missouri basketball programs in the 25th District a safe and successful season. Bagby Wealth Management in Dexter, Missouri is helping you with all your retirement planning, 401k rollovers, and financial planning. Contact them or visit them today. Bagby Wealth Management. Your path starts here.
Notre Dame on a 7-0 scoring run after the dueling threes from Tucker Temples and Carson Essner back-to-back. And it's Notre Dame riding with the early momentum thanks to the full court press, and we're going to see Essner go to the charity stripe to try to add up a little bit more on the board. So it'll be Essner shooting for 2. Shot is up, and it is off the mark. And you mentioned, too, that the full court press has been something that Dexter is struggling with just a little bit. Second shot is up and good, but the free throw shooting for them is on point. It's, in fact, what won them a game earlier this season against Malden, 63-55. But the only other game that they had a chance to play was against Charleston, 64-48, the final in this one. So, again, kind of a mixture of some of the major SEMO Conference opponents, but also some opponents right down Highway 25.
Yeah, you know, I think Notre Dame is gonna fare well, maybe come out above just 500 this year. But you know, these seniors on the squad, they, as we mentioned, the coach is really looking forward for them to step up, and I think they will as the season progresses. And I think they're gonna, like I said, I think they're gonna have a fairly decent season.
Shot coming up now from Johnson. Johnson lurks over to Dohan. Dohan finds Will Henry Stewart. He can't get it, but we'll get a chance to go to the line. So that foul is going to be on Devin Turnbow. He's picking up team foul number 2, 3 team fouls overall, and this is a Dexter team that cannot get in foul trouble as they don't have too many pieces to work with off the bench.
No, and you know, Turnbow is a name you don't want to hear get in foul trouble.
Second shot coming up, and I do actually stand corrected with the Notre Dame lineup. It is just Essner that is the only senior as it stands.
And that's what we have listed as Carson Essner.
So again, but still.
Junior loaded, though. I mean, they are junior loaded.
So if this team really kind of picks up some momentum, they could be a force to reckon with moving down the road.
They will have 12 seniors on this squad next year if they all come back out for basketball. That's impressive.
It's a very solid number, and just kind of what Coach Brinkmeyer wants to establish within the program. Here is Temples again, can't get it. Zapaldo can't answer back. Here's Massey. He can't get a crack at it. And Notre Dame continuing the other way. They're currently on an 8-0 scoring run in the last 4 minutes plus in this one. Will Henry Stewart was about to make it 10, still has a chance to as he'll go to the line. So that foul is going to be on Ethan Zabellin. We'll wait to see where they're going to credit for. No, it'll be on Temples. That'll be his first, team foul number 4. And already Dexter is in foul trouble, and Notre Dame going to be shooting free throws for the remaining 2:49 in this one, and could really try to make things out of play for him quick.
That and the way it's shaped up so far is that Notre Dame is shooting fairly well from that free throw line. Not really points Dexter can afford to give up.
They do get their own rebound too, something else Dexter doesn't want to see happen as well. Shot up and good for Brett Dohan. Notre Dame now on 11-0 scoring run here in this first quarter. Temples gets it out. Finding a high shot from Massey to Zabellin. Ken answers, but he'll go to the line to shoot 2. So wait to see what the official call is going to be. That'll be on Dohan in his first and team foul number 2. So we'll see Zabellin return to the line. Zabellin, the leading scorer last night for the Bearcats, picked up 19 points for the Bearcats, 9 of 14 from the field, but didn't take any opportunities at the free throw line. Well, 1 of 3 of the free throw line, goes 2 for 2 now, and back to a 3-possession game. Dexter now kind of experimenting with a little bit of a deep press as well. Dohan trying to get out of traffic. He does.
The offensive rebounds is really hurting Dexter at this point. They've got to be able to rebound a lot better if they want to have a chance of closing this gap.
Dexter trying to find some answers. They trailed by 11 in the first quarter. 1:59 to go here in the first. Sets it up to Sepulveda. John Sepulveda gets it up and in. in a 9-point affair. Here's Harden. Harden out top, finds Londaway. Londaway fakes. Gets the shot up from Essner. He banks it up and in. Carson Essner currently lighting it up tonight. He's got 10 for the Bulldogs. And the full court press continuing to pose issues for the Bearcats. Here's Harris. Harris bouncing off the knee of Massey, and Notre Dame quickly to take it back the other way. With 1:12 remaining here in the first. Londaway again at the top, over to Harden. Harden now back to Londaway. Substitutions upcoming for both. We'll wait and tell you when they're official. Londaway again. Fighting Harden. Dexter controlling with the 3-2 rather than a 2-3 at the moment. Shot is up and in. It took a little bit for Trenton Schumacher to get it in, but Trenton Schumacher answering back. And Notre Dame really connecting on the three-point shot tonight.
Yeah, they're very successful out top of the key tonight.
Here's Londaway taking it back the other way, outside to Harden. Harden lobs it out, finds Essner. Essner fakes, finds Londaway again, trying to hold it out for maybe the last shot of this quarter, as they have a 15-point lead over the Bearcats. Cross-court pass over to Essner. Finds Harden. Harden inside, take it away by Zabellin. 8 seconds to go. Bearcats gonna have to try to hold out and get something up to trim the Notre Dame lead. Finds Temples, he looks for three. Can't get it, and that is how this first quarter comes to a close. Started off with a triple apiece, but then Notre Dame on a 11-0 run to start this first quarter, and they're starting off strong. 22-7 as we go to the second. Back in a moment here on Aycorp Sports.
Growing cotton in the Mid-South is hard work. As a farmer, you make tough decisions every day. Choosing a cotton variety shouldn't be one of them. Next-gen brand varieties from Americot are bred specifically for cotton growers like you. We're 100% independent and farmer-owned. Plant cotton that works as hard as you do. Americot. All we do is cotton, all the time.
22-7 our score. As we head to the second, Joe Northern, Corey Sisk with you, taking a look at the numbers between these two teams. Notre Dame doing a great job connecting on the three-point field goals. 4 for 6, 8 of 14 overall on the night.
Yeah, Colton Essner coming in, their leading scorer. He's got 10 points. Their rebounds. I mean, Notre Dame's getting second chances, sometimes even third chances to come up. That's really killing and really hurting this Dexter squad. Overall, they're 8 for 14. Notre Dame's 8 for 14 from the range. 4 for 8, 2-point, 4 for 6 at the 3-point, and 2 for 6 from the free throw line.
Dexter, on the other hand, 2 for 10, only 1 apiece from 3 and from the 2-point range. 3 turnovers, however, and not taking advantage of the boards, as Notre Dame is working on that one, 9-5. It's a 15-point lead as it's taken away by the Bulldogs. Here's Harden. Sets it out to Londaway. Londaway lurks out to Essner. Essner bounce passes to Londaway. Finding Essner again. And to Londaway at the top. Dexter again playing a little bit of a zone. Settling back into a 2-3. Chad Allen lives by this. He knows a 2-3 quite well. It's been Dexter's preferred defensive choice. Notre Dame just taking their time, not trying to force anything. Looks inside the paint, gets it up and in for Will Henry Stewart. He had a big night last night with 11 points, gets his first deuce of the evening. And the full court pressure just continuing to be on for the Bulldogs. Here's Harris. Harris finds Zabellin on the inside, 2-on-1, throws it up, can't get it. Nearly poked away. Henry Stewart couldn't get his hands on it. Harris goes for 3, offensive board for Zabellin, and a foul to give Dexter a chance to go to the line. As Zabellin hits the deck for just a moment, that's going to be on Will Henry Stewart. Correction, they're going to keep that on the floor, so first team foul on the Bulldogs in this quarter, and the first on Henry Stewart. Sepulveda Bounce pass now to Zabellin. Throws that up, can't get it. Notre Dame currently out rebounding the Bearcats as it stands right now, and a jump ball is going to take it the other way.
Dexter's having a hard time finding the finish there down low. I don't know how many of those they've come up short with tonight, but it's definitely been costly to them.
2 of 12 as it stands for the Bearcats this evening. Shot is faked up from Essner. Bounce pass now to Londaway. Londaway looks over to Harden. Now back to Londaway at the top. Cross pass looks for Essner for 3. That's going to float short. Here comes Temples. Temples sets over back to Sepulvedo. Sepulvedo, no. Rebound back in the hands of Schumacher. Notre Dame doing a great job of attacking the boards underneath Dexter. Again, using their size to their advantage. They have a little more height. Of course, we say that announcer's curse as Sepulvedo goes up for the block. But a whistle on Notre Dame. So Dexter continuing to move a little bit forward too. That's going to go on Schumacher. So love the leap from Sepulvedo, but again, taking a look at the height for the Bearcats, primarily over 6 foot. Notre Dame roughly in the same size, but they do have a few taller targets in Henry Stewart coming in at 6'4" and Dohan at 6'3", which has been giving the Bearcats just a little bit of issues in the post tonight. As it's been all Notre Dame all evening, 5:41 to go. Here's Stone. Up top to Massey. Massey lurking, finding Stone again. Top of the range. Pokes it out now again to Massey. Notre Dame again just going man-to-man, pressing on the Bearcats as much as they can. But Tucker Temple's the highlight, though. He's got 2 triples on the night and makes it a 14-point game.
Yeah, Tucker Temple's both shots of those at the side of the three-point range is just excellent shot selection, I thought. Comes up with an excellent shot and drains it.
Essner trying to add another one on the board. He can't do it. Ball floats out. Got to go back to Dexter. So we're starting to see the Bearcats try to wake up a little bit, take advantage of some of the misfires, but it's got to come from the field, and it's got to come from a little more slow down shooting. It's been kind of the name of the game of what we've noticed so far tonight, too.
Yeah, slow it down, make smarter decisions when it comes to passing down low and shot selection, really. I mean, just the key of it is don't get in a hurry.
They do cross the timeline. That's the only time you may need to hurry is if you're getting close, at least in the 10 seconds. It's Turnbow. Turnbow throws it up, can't get it, but he's going to head to the line. We see the sophomore Devin Turnbow, who had a big night in the Bearcats' lone win of the season over the Malden Green Wave. That was back on December 1st, so this past Friday night, putting up, I believe, 26 points, but a vast majority of them, 17, I believe, coming from the free throw line.
Yeah, and for this kid to be a sophomore, I mean, he's definitely a name that we need to be familiar with, because we're going to be calling an awful lot the next 2 years.
And Turnbow just a strong presence and really good in that shooting guard spot, so we'll see how he continues to develop. That's floated out of play. The Bearcats now trying to find a little momentum on their own with 4:31 remaining before halftime. So 2-on-1 pressure from Notre Dame. Just throwing it up, getting back to Zabellin. Zabellin sneaks out to find Temples for 3, rims it out, gets it out to find Hayden Stymel in the game. Or Stymel, pardon me, in the game. Lobs it out, finding Dohan. Dohan again to Londaway for 3, can't get it. But an offensive board back from Dohan, answers the call and one.
This goes back to the second shot chances, or the second chance shots that I was talking about. Dexter's got to be better, do it better at blocking out down there and getting those rebounds.
It has been all Notre Dame and taking advantage of those second chance points and really trying to pull in with a quick offensive energy, but honestly, their shot selection's been great. It doesn't feel like there's any push from them this evening. Shot is up and off the mark. Londaway lobs it to keep it in play, but quickly scooped up by Carter Stone. Dexter now going to have to try to pick up the tempo just a little bit as Londaway was waiting in the wings. A quick pickup into the hands of Brett Dohan. Thanks to the assist from Stimley. And Dexter's going to talk it over for just a second. We'll keep it here. 29-11 our score, 3:33 left to go. Don't forget, after the game, we'll have the Notre and Ag post-game report. We'll break down these 3 games for you and get ready for your consolation doubleheader tomorrow, which does have some interesting matchups on paper. Potentially, if this holds, a rematch of a game on Friday night for one Notre Dame team. That'll be coming up, so we'll talk about that in the post-game report coming up, the Notre and Ag post-game report after the game. We know one of the consolation semifinals is already set. Kennett will be taking on Jackson. That'll be tomorrow night at 6. But Charleston will have the late game. It's just a question of will it be Dexter or Notre Dame.
I think it's going to be Charleston and Dexter.
Dexter has been known to make some comebacks and bring some quick offensive energy. But they have an 18-point mountain to climb here with 3:33 remaining.
Which is not impossible, considering we watched Cuba climb back from a 19-point deficit against Cairo.
I think we've seen that before. That wasn't too bad of a Saturday, was it?
It was a long Saturday, but it was a good Saturday.
Massey banks that up and in. See, here you go. Maybe this is about to happen. If Dexter comes back and wins this, thank Corey Sisk over here in the booth. Here's Johnson in control. Sets over to Londaway. Londaway tries to bump in and a foul on Zabellin. So Ethan Zabellin, who had been waiting in the wings for the past couple of years, getting the starting role for Chad Allen and company. Again, a team with a lower than normal depth of what we've seen from a Bearcat team, but always a team that'll be physical, and again, with their shot selection and playing a 2-3, have been known to quickly sneak up on teams that really play slow paces. Shot up from Harris, can't get it. It'll float out of play and go to the Bulldogs. But the problem is, though, with Dexter, anytime that there's a fast team that they are playing to slow that down, does become a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, so far, it seems like tonight Dexter's really struggling on fast-paced game. When they slow stuff down take great shots, they're playing phenomenal ball. But it's that fast-paced break or that just a quickness from the other team they really seem to be struggling to keep up.
Dohan bobbles it, and the Bearcats trying to answer back the other way. Sepulveda gets it out to Harris. Harris almost crossing the timeline, being pressured by Londaway. And he forces it out to get it out and quickly take it away by Carter Stone. Sepulveda keeps it in play. Great save from the Bearcats with 2:03 remaining here in the second. Still trailing by 15. Spin around to Sepulveda, gets it up, and a traveling violation. He had the right foot moving just a little bit forward, and those 2 points are not going on the board.
Really a costly foul, not really a foul, but really a costly penalty there for Dexter.
Dexter, I believe, with 6 turnovers as it stands right now. Londaway gets it out. A long 3 from Johnson. That's short. Zabellin picking up the board. The Bearcats quickly moving out the other way. Here's Turnbow. Turnbow on the lower side of the left wing. Tried to get it out 2-on-1. Left side of the key. Gets it out to feed to Zabellin. Zabellin for 3. Off the mark. Rebound back to Colton Johnson. Johnson now crossing the timeline. Gets it up to find Steimel. Steimel. And another traveling violation. It's going to go back to Dexter. With 1:21 to go here until halftime.
A lot of back and forth turnovers so far the last minute or so.
So a tug of war to really try to find momentum. Notre Dame has had it for most of the evening, but Dexter showing some signs of life as we're starting to see that Notre Dame can't make every 3 that goes in, as it seems so far. But taking advantage of those missed 3s is another story. And one guy that's really helping Notre Dame to get into those offensive zones is Logan Londaway. But that's going to be a throwaway to Dexter. Shot is up and off the mark. Rebound back in the hands of Henry Stewart. 45 seconds to go. Bearcats trailing by 15. Notre Dame in control. Quick pass to Johnson, up and in. Another 3 for the Bulldogs. And the route could very well be on for Notre Dame. 2-on-1 pressure and a whistle. Going to be picked up on Londaway. That'll be team foul number 5. So for all 30.6 left to go, Dexter will be shooting free throws. Well, except for this one, of course, since it is team foul number 4. 30.6 remaining. Here's Harris. Gets it out to Turnbow. Turnbow to Sepulvedo. Sepulvedo answers the call.
Great shot selection from him on a jumper down low.
Cuts the lead to 16. Outside play. 9 seconds left to go. Notre Dame looking for the last shot. Here's Essner. Essner looks inside, connects, and gets to Hudson Dennis. And that is how this first half is going to come to a close, as a lob for a three-point shot nearly knocked out a fan on the lower baseline side. Thankfully, no one is hurt, but a basketball flying right in front of your eyes is definitely something that's not going to leave your thought anytime soon. We're at the break here at the Fieldhouse. Notre Dame up by 18. We'll be back in just a little bit to break down the first half, get you ready for the second in a moment. You're watching the 2023 SEMO Conference Tournament on Aycorp Sports.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Just remember, if Ultramoreland is not on the back of your vehicle, you paid too much.
When we look, we listen. When we evaluate, we understand. We get you to the right number without treating you like one. At Southeast Primary Care, we know your relationship with your doctor is one of the keys to get you better and keep you well. Our network of providers connects you to the brightest minds and latest technologies. It's a healthy relationship. Southeast Primary Care, always by your side.
What First State Community Bank means to me is, it says it in its name, community.
We're family, we care about one another, whether it's in our SEMO markets or we can reach out to someone in Farmington, Columbia. They're always there to assist.
We are very customer focused. Our employees do a great job with listening to the customers.
The tellers know 100% of all customers by their name.
If you want to feel at home, then walk into the doors of First State Community Bank.
Southern Custom Meats in Dexter, Missouri is providing you with the best in custom butchering, fresh vegetables, and farm fresh eggs. Call now or visit us today and see the Southern Custom Meats difference for yourself.
Missouri State Senator Jason Bean, representing Butler, Carter, Dunklin, Mississippi, New Madrid, Oregon, Pemiscot, Ripley, Stoddard, and Wayne counties, would like to wish all the Southeast Missouri basketball programs in the 25th District a safe and successful season.
My name is Kevin Rossville. I'm a farmer from Prairie County, Arkansas. Been farming since 1991. Started farming with my father-in-law when I got married. We've been raising rice ever since. We've all been looking for something for a change for years. And I think this 263L is going to be the next and up and coming thing for us. It's really going to work well on a lot of different ground and a lot of different farms around here.
Dynagrow 263L, available exclusively at Nutrient Ag Solutions.
At Young Real Estate, we're Southeast Missouri, just like you.
We are parents.
We are teachers.
We are grandparents.
We are active in our community.
We are patriots, serving all of Southeast Missouri, and we are here for you.
We are young.
NextEra Energy Resources is the world's largest generator of renewable energy from the wind and sun and a world leader in energy storage. Since 2016, NextEra Energy Resources has invested more than $339 million in Missouri to fuel local economic growth. Today, our company owns and operates one wind energy facility in the state and is looking to invest even more in the Show Me State. We are committed to being a trusted community partner and look forward to providing affordable, clean, renewable energy for generations of Missourians to come.
Bagby Wealth Management in Dexter, Missouri is helping you with all your retirement planning, 401k rollovers, and financial planning. Contact them or visit them today. Bagby Wealth Management. Your path starts here.
First State Bank and Trust wants to thank the Dexter community for 20 years in business. We're there for you for your first paycheck, buying a home, opening a small business, starting a family, or planning to retire, and everything in between. We're the local bank you know and trust for all of your financial needs. Visit fsbtrust.com or stop by our Dexter branch to explore all your financial options.
We're right here at King Jerry Lawler's Hall of Fame Bar and Grill on world famous Beale Street, and as you can see, oh my gosh, we have the best barbecue ribs in Memphis. Oh my gosh, the gumbo is out of this world, but you gotta try the King's Triple Decker Slam Burger. You'll love it.
Halftime here at the Fieldhouse, 34-16 our score as Notre Dame taking a first half advantage on the Bearcats. Welcome back to the broadcast booth. Joe Northern, Corey Sisk with you. A first half that was just quite simply dominated by Notre Dame in defensive strategy, and big steals coming in from number 1 Logan Londaway, but also some great scoring from number 23 in Carson Estner.
Yeah, Carson Estner, 10 points, 1 rebound. Logan Landawee, he's coming in, 2 points, 1 rebound. Stewart, 3 points, 4 rebounds. Johnson, 5 points, no rebounds.
And then Will Henry Stewart, he's got 3 on the board. Brett Dohan with 9 as it stands. Meanwhile, for the Bearcats, only 1 leader, and that is Tucker Temples with the 2 triples as it stands. But taking a look at the shooting, Dexter's got a lot of work to do, only 5 for 22.
5 for 22 from the field, 3 for 9, 3-point range, 2 for 13, 2-point range. Notre Dame, 13 for 25, 8 for 13 from the 2-point range, 3-point range, they're 5 for 12. Free throws for Dexter, they're 3 for 4, not shooting bad from the free throw line. Notre Dame is 3 for 7. Rebounds, offensive rebounds for Dexter is 4, defensive rebounds 5. Notre Dame offensive and defensive rebounds is 7. The personal fouls not been bad. There's been 2 turnovers. My referee buddy Shane Grissom would like that. He texted me and said it's not a penalty, it's a turnover. You're in the wrong sport.
Yes, there's
Shane is right. I've been stuck in football for the last couple months. So
yes, big Alabama fan you are too, by the way.
Yeah, don't get me started with that. That's a whole different ball game there. Well, turnovers 6 for Dexter and 4 for Notre Dame.
So, again, turnovers have been the name of the game so far, and Logan Landaway has done a great job just sneaking in for Notre Dame, poking that out, in and out for the Bulldogs. So, the winner is going to await Charleston tomorrow night. So, this team also, just like Kennett, is going to be playing 3 games in 3 days. But if one of these 2 teams were to win tomorrow night, and have a consolation championship on Friday, and having the rare feat of doing 4 for 5 as the music is still going on, but they get it in just before the inbounds pass, and we're underway as Sepulveda gets the inbounds pass. Going to go left to right on your screen. 3 for 1 and a jump ball. Going to go back to Notre Dame. Great hustle points from the 5'8" scrappy defender in Landaway. He's going out the other way. Notre Dame going to go right to left. Holding the 18-point advantage. They're trying to get their first win of the season so far, too. With losses to Cape Central and Charleston to get their year going. Shot is no good. Rebounded back by the Bearcats. Picked up by Sepulveda. They get it outside to find Harris. The upper corner, left side of the wing. Temples can't get it up and in. Here come the Bulldogs back the other way. Low 7:03 remaining here in period number 3. Takes it up now to find Temples. 2-on-1. Lurks out, finding Landaway. Landaway again. Landaway in control. Finding Johnson. Johnson loses it. Saved by Sepulveda before picked up by Landaway. That's going to be a foul on Dexter.
That was a pretty big foul on Dexter.
And Sepulveda picking up his first foul, team foul number 1 of the quarter, but just a blatant reach in on Logan Landaway. So Notre Dame again to inbound that, trying to get some control. No score in the first minutes in 25 or so in this third quarter. Bulldogs looking for their first win of the season. They'll try to avenge one of their losses if they do win tomorrow night. Shot is up and in. Colton Johnson answering it again, and it's a 19-point lead. 3-point shots have been very good for the Bulldogs tonight. They've put 5 up as it stands, if not more. Dexter to answer back, and they do. John Sepulveda. John Sepulveda answering right back, and an 18-point game. So just as we started the first half, dueling threes. But that also led to a Notre Dame 11-0 run on top of that, too.
Well, it may be reversed this time. It may be where Dexter comes out on an 11-0 run now.
We did see something like that in our first game of the day with Jackson and Poplar Bluff, mind you, too. Shot is up and off the mark. Rebound picked up by the Bearcats. Here comes Sepulveda. Sepulveda looks out, finds Harris. He looks for three. Pinballs in. Answers, gets the kiss off the board and the rim.
They've answered with two in a row, two back-to-back.
Exactly what the Bearcats need to wake up and get things going here in half number 2. Notre Dame, while doing great in the three-point shots, knowing they can't make threes forever, so they're going to have to try to get in the paint a little bit, though. They had been over 50% in the first half shooting. Can they keep that up here in the second? Great connection in from Dohan to Henry Stewart.
Yeah, Dohan with the drive down, saw an open Henry Stewart, dished him the ball, and it paid off.
Zabella now getting out to Sepulvedo. Sepulvedo, 3-on-1. Bouncing off the head of Essner. The Bearcats trying to keep it. It's a jump ball, and they will. So great hustle points coming in from Nathan Harris to try to finagle and hang on to it. So the Bearcats have an opportunity to try to get some more on the board with 4:41 remaining here in the third. Here's a three on the way from Temples. That's his third of the night as it stands.
And third in a row for Dexter so far.
So Dexter wake it up on the three-point shot. Now trailed by 14. Here's Johnson to try to answer back, and he does. So great slowed down offense and great opportunities as Colton Johnson gets that up and in. Starting to see, again, teams kind of being a little bit selective in offense, and a reach-in foul coming up on Dohan, and that's kind of making their offense pay off a little bit too.
Yeah, they're starting to rack up on those little reach-in fouls.
Which is not what you want early in this one, but taking advantage of those two, forcing potentially the double-team turnover. However, Notre Dame quickly moving back the other way. Here is Londaway again. Londaway spits it out, finds Dohan. Dohan can't get it. Rebound back in the hands of Turnbow. The Bearcats quickly moving out the other way before resetting to Sepulvedo. He's going to have to get past Londaway. Hands it off to Temples. Temples scoops out to Londaway. Londaway with a spin. Londaway looks out. Temples shoots for three. He answers back. Tucker Temples back-to-back threes. And the Bearcats starting to claw their way back into this one. 3:22 left in the third. We'll step aside here from the Fieldhouse.
First State Bank and Trust wants to thank the Dexter community for 20 years in business. We're there for you for your first paycheck, buying a home, opening a small business, starting a family, or planning to retire, and everything in between. We're the local bank you know and trust for all of your financial needs. Visit fsbtrust.com or stop by our Dexter branch to explore all your financial options.
Tucker Temples putting on a three-point clinic here in half number 2, and the Bearcats improving their three-point shooting, now going 7 for 14 here in the game overall, but boosting that number up thanks to number 3 in Tucker Temples.
Yeah, they've definitely found their rhythm outside beyond the arc so far in this third period, and Notre Dame's going to have to find an answer for it, or Dexter's going to claw their way back to a victory in this ballgame. Potentially
Correctly predicted by one Corey Sisk as well. Shot is up and in. Notre Dame answering it thanks to Brett Dohan. But the Bearcats going to have to move quickly if they want to claw back into this one. Here's Harris trying to spit it out before taken away by Dohan. And Londaway now to reset. Under 3 to go here in the third. Another chance and opportunity for Colton Johnson. Rebounded by Londaway. Londaway to answer back. That's going to go short. Dohan, 2-on-1, gets it on the third chance.
One thing that Notre Dame has really held strong to, even coming out in the second half, is the second and third chance shots.
Team that has benefited off that, of making opponents pay when they can't rebound quickly enough. Taken away by Sepulvedo. Sepulvedo trying to fend off number 21, Brody Harden. Sepulvedo trying to drive in and a reach in on Notre Dame. And it is going to be indeed Harden reaching in on Sepulveda. So another foul picked up on the Bulldogs, but a very low fouling game between these two teams too. A lot of technical defense.
Yeah, both teams are playing really good defense. A couple times Notre Dame is starting to get in the habit of that reach-in foul. But I think they've kind of made some corrections the last couple possessions and really went back to the technical defense.
One thing to note for Dexter, though, most of their points, in fact 21 of them, coming from the three-point arc. So, again, having some trouble from the paint this evening, fending off a pesky Notre Dame team. That goes up and in to Hudson Dennis, the freshman. That's making a little bit of noise in this one. Crisp and refreshing for Notre Dame to have at least some freshmen in the lineup, too. Zabellin to answer back. "17-point game, a minute and a half to go." Here's Londaway at the top. Hits it out to Johnson. Johnson to Zabellin. Looks up to Sepulveda. He puts it up and in. Great precision for Sepulveda as Notre Dame will take a timeout with 1:13 remaining here in the third. Well, in case you're just joining us, it has been quite the night here at the Fieldhouse. We had a game go into overtime thanks to some late heroics from Jackson, but then Poplar Bluff sliding in thanks to some late free throw shooting and a three from Brendan Durden to win 49-45 rather over Jackson. Meanwhile, Kennett and Sikeston, we finally got a look to see what this Sikeston team is made of, and they took absolute care of business tonight. 90-37, I believe, the final in that one. And again, that's only the second highest Sikeston has scored this season. 91 in one of the semifinals of the Soto Classic.
That's right, 91 points, 90 tonight. 86 was another game. I think they had another game with 80 and then 72. So this Sikeston team, they're the real deal this year. They're going to be the ones that you want to beat.
We'll see them again on Thursday night. Corey and I will see them again Thursday night, right back up here for the semifinals. And the other semifinal to be set is New Madrid County taking on Cape Central, a rematch of a thriller semifinal last year, which ended at the Horn. So could we see another repeat this year? We'll find out. Still some business to be taken care in this one, though, but it's been all Notre Dame. Dexter showing some signs, though, with the three-point arc, thanks to Tucker Temples, but Notre Dame moving awfully quick and taking advantage of the paint and some big three precision on their own. Londaway, under a minute left to go. Here's Essner. Essner now sets up to Londaway at the top, finding Essner again. 2-on-2-3 zone for the Bearcats with 44 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. Notre Dame just played a little bit of keep away as it stands right now. Gets the extra bump, finding Harden. He can't get it. And Essner couldn't keep it in place. They're going to go back to the Bearcats. So again, very low fouling, very low not necessarily low scoring, I should say, but a well-timed defensive effort for both of these teams. It's just Notre Dame very fast and very clean on the turnovers so far.
Yeah, both teams are playing a fairly clean ball game.
Gonna try to continue to keep things going. And another whistle going to be picked up, this time on the Bulldogs, and number 23, Carson Essner. That'll be his first. A very clean defensive game between these two, but again, Notre Dame being too fast, too quick at the moment. Dexter finding some answers at the three-point arc, but not getting the early shots they needed to fall.
Their 3 points is what is definitely kept the ball game within the limits that it's in right now.
Temples was looking for the extra one, but couldn't get it as we head to the final quarter of this one, at least so far. 47-32 our score. Notre Dame leading as we head to the fourth. Back in a moment here on Aycorp.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
Welcome back to the Fieldhouse. Fourth quarter underway. Notre Dame leading over the Bearcats 47-32. Coming up after the game, we'll have the Nutrient Act post-game report. Get you caught up on all the action happening here tonight, analysis, and look about my 3 stars of the night. We'll also preview the consolation semis coming up tomorrow, right back here in Sikeston. We go on the air a little before 6 p.m., 5:50. Wherever you are watching the tournament, whether it be on YouTube or your local cable or fiber provider. So 47-32 our score. Dexter, should they fall tonight, they will be back in action next week, as they will be taking on a very good Richland team that is starting to kind of creep their way in Class 1. Could be a Class 1 favorite to maybe go to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, you know, I don't know much about Richland. We played them a little bit when I was in high school, but I've heard their name, and they're, you know, obviously of up-and-coming rising teams over the last couple years. So I'm glad to see they finally got that team this year that could give a potential Class 1 run.
A very exciting time to be a Rebel fan and exit. Very excited to be Tucker Temples as well. He is just continuing to find the perimeter as his playground.
I think that's his 5th three-pointer tonight.
That it is. It's his 5th as it stands. So it's a 12-point game. Bearcats finding their way to keep in this one, and they're doing it thanks to number 3. Picked up again by number 11 and a foul on the Bulldogs. So the Bearcats trying to get back into this one. They trail by 12. Brett Dohan picking up foul number 3. Could now in foul trouble for the Bulldogs. But again, not too many team fouls. Nobody's been forced with the bonus free throw shots as of yet. I have a hunch that could change, though, in this fourth.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if this is not the first ball game that I've got the broadcast, basketball game I've got the broadcast where up to this point, we've not had any quarters to where either team was in foul trouble as far as the double bonus. So I think that's just a testament to how well they're playing defense.
Absolutely. I think maybe the lone exception we saw was our first game, but again, going into overtime, bound to happen one way or another since it doesn't reset in overtime.
Yeah, and I think ultimately in the end that is why Poplar Bluff was able to come away with that victory, just because they were the ones at the free throw line last.
So we'll see if this could be a factor in fouls. Really, the highest we've seen is 3 fouls, team fouls in a quarter, maybe, for either side. Notre Dame with a 12-point lead. Dexter finding their way back in it thanks to the 3-ball. Foul's going to be on the floor. It's going to be on the Bearcats. We'll see it's going to be credited to. It'll be number 12, Hunter Nathan Harris is going to pick up the foul, and that'll be the first team foul for the Bearcats. So 6:15 left to go here in the fourth. Dexter in control, or Dexter trying to gain control, that is. Notre Dame in control and trying to hang on to get win number 1 on their season. Roll pass over to Schumacher. Now finding Londaway. Londaway out to Johnson. Johnson back to Londaway. Trying to set up the offense in tempo, trying to find a way to penetrate the paint. Gets it out to find Schumacher. Schumacher inside to Henry Stewart. Henry Stewart to Schumacher. Resetting to Londaway. 3 on the way from Johnson. Off the rim. Offensive board, however, from Schumacher, and the Bulldogs doing a great job to find a way to reset, but a traveling violation will negate it. So Notre Dame doing a great job of at least trying to milk the clock and set up the offense as often as they can, but again, too many steps is just too much.
Yeah, they got to be real careful. Could have some costly turnovers coming up. I mean, you know, it's only a 12-point ball game. A lot of time left to play.
Here's a chance and opportunity for Dohan. Dohan out to Londaway for 3. Nothing but net for the 5'8 junior. And the lead is back up to 15. So it's been a lot of threes in this one. We haven't really had a game where the threes have necessarily dominated here tonight. For both teams, I should say.
Yeah, this team, I want to see the total at the end of the game as far as the statistics with the three-point line. I would be willing to bet both teams are pretty much even when it comes to shots and successful attempts.
Oh, no question. We'll just have to we'll take a look at that once we are done here. Our statistician for all the tournament doing a fantastic job, Garrett Hicks, of course. our astounding Aycorp Sports crew. Another one we could add on there for Colton Johnson.
Colton Johnson for 3.
I think that's his third.
That is his third as it stands, and an 18-point lead. Ball is out. Londaway has it, connects up to Dohan, and the foul's going to be a reach-in for Dexter. So, again, ever so closer to the charity stripe for Notre Dame with 4:20 to go here in the fourth, and that's going to be Turnbow's third. And now we're going to start to see some substitutions come in for the Bulldogs. We're going to see Hudson Dennis return to play. There's only 2 freshmen on the very junior-heavy squad for Jeremy Brinkmeyer. 2 freshmen that who could provide some factors for the Bulldogs in the future. Bounce pass now to Dohan. Dohan gets it out, finds Johnson for 3. He answers back to back.
Johnson for 3.
And now that is 4 consecutive threes for Notre Dame.
And 4 for Colton Johnson.
4 for Johnson, just continuing to light it up. So we're a little over halfway through the fourth quarter. 21-point affair in advantage of Notre Dame. Make that 3 back-to-back-to-back 3-pointers. Turnbow gets the up and in. Dexter will stop to think it over. Will step aside as well. Notre Dame trying to hang on and ride this one out to get win number 1 on the season. Back in a moment. 3:41 left to go. Notre Dame topping the Bearcats 56-37. A reminder, next week it'll be the Clarkton Holiday Tournament, our inaugural coverage of the Clarkton Holiday Tournament. That'll be tipping off Monday night down in Reindeer Country. 8 of the best teams regionally, including what could be Bloomfield Christmas Tournament favorites in Malden and Portageville. Our Tip the Trophy coverage starts Monday night from Clarkton, and that leads up to the Bloomfield Christmas Tournament coming up. And the selection show coming up on the 16th, seeding show that is, with the tournament tipping off on December 26th. Hard to believe we're nearly halfway done through 72 games here at the network. Still got plenty left to go.
We have been extremely busy. You and I and Jim and Bobby and even Garrett stepped in with some games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shout out to Scott Nelson, too, for stepping in as well.
Scott Nelson, yeah, he did some games last week. We've been really busy here at Aycorp Media. Season's not over yet. Still got a lot more to go. But this wouldn't be possible. We wouldn't be able to bring this to you without our outstanding crew we have, our cameramen, our statisticians, our sound guys. They really do a great job putting these tournaments on for you.
Absolutely. We have the best crew in the business, and again, we've got a long way to go, but you know, again, the fact we're able to bring this coverage to you, also coverage in record number as well, too. And just continuing to bring outstanding Tip the Trophy coverage for you here tonight. Even if it is, obviously, games where we're starting to see some players shine. And how about Notre Dame as well, just absolutely going on a 3-point bonanza.
And still going.
They're still going. Bounce pass up and into Hudson Dennis. And again, a 19-point lead for Jeremy Brinkmeyer's squad. So the quick poke out coming in from Devin Turnbow. Turnbow trying to get his hands on it. Looking to Nathan Harris, spits it out. Looking over to Stone. Stone out to Massey. Massey's shot is up and in. As Devin Turnbow answers the call once more. Still a 17-point affair, but time becoming ever so much a premium. A great connection up and in.
I thought he was going for the dunk
Hudson
there.
Dennis. We might have had back-to-back games with the dunk. Would have been great. But the freshman also with the dunk too, mind you. That would have been something. Dexter trying to answer back. 2:10 left to go here in this fourth. That'll go out of play.
Dontrez Williams had enough dunks in that Sikeston game to make up for everyone in the tournament.
Absolutely, absolutely. And looks like we're going to see some substitutions sliding on in. Essner returns to play. Hunter Bottom entering the game for Notre Dame. Essner's actually going to be taking a seat, mind you. 2 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. And Notre Dame, barring any random or unusual circumstances, will have another date with Charleston tomorrow night. As they and Kennett will be playing 3 games in 3 days. Not an easy thing to do at this tournament. Not an easy thing to do at any tournament, really.
No, but the SEMO Conference tournament is one that if you can get a rest in between games, you'd really appreciate it.
Absolutely. 1:38 left to go here in this one. Bearcats trying to find a way to get some points up on the board. Turnbow in control, slowly dribbling. Finds his way to find Massey for 3. He answers up for 3.
Hunter Massey for 3.
So Hunter Massey, the 6'2" freshman, getting some points on the board, trimming the lead to 16. And a timeout called by Notre Dame, but it's going to be a substitution timeout, so it will not be an official timeout by any means, just burning it to get some players in the game.
Yeah. I don't know. You know, it may end up being costly for Berkmeyer, but I doubt it with this late in the ball game. I mean, use your timeouts, get some of your younger guys in there, give them a chance to play.
We're going to see Zach Eftink enter the game, and the Notre Dame student section excited to see some players that you normally don't see enter the action with 1:02 to go. Here's Steinley for 3, falls short. Into the hands of Schumacher to answer back. He can't get it. Less than a minute to go. Zabellin keeping his hands on it. And Dexter quickly moving back the other way. 48 seconds. Shot is up and off the rim. Rebound back in the hands of the Bearcats to Turnbow. Turnbow looks out to Harris for 3. That falls short. Scooped up by Carter Stone. Harris again for the attempt for 3. No. Rebound back in the hands of Hunter Bottom. And a whistle going to be called on Dexter with 31.2 remaining.
And Dexter possession.
So just a jump ball, no harm, no foul. So 31.2 to go. Dexter 2 inbound. It's going to be Harris looking for the outside target. Is it Massey? It is. That falls short. He gets his own board, though. Does answer with the 2. And a 14-point affair, 22 seconds remaining. Notre Dame going to try to cross the timeline, maybe play a little keep away. He's going to have to quickly cross the timeline, and does. Dexter, see if they might try to foul to maybe try to get some more points. They won't. Goes back over to Boswell, and time will run out. So Notre Dame, thanks to just consistent three-point shooting, gets the job done, 60-46. We'll step aside. Nutrient Ag post-game report coming up in just a moment.
At 7:30 p.m.
Just remember, if Ultramoreland is not on the back of your vehicle, you paid too much.
At Young Real Estate, we're Southeast Missouri, just like you.
We are parents.
We are teachers.
We are grandparents.
We are active in our community.
We are patriots.
Serving all of Southeast Missouri, and we are here for you.
We are young.
Welcome to the Nutrient Ag post-game report back here at the Fieldhouse. Final game of the evening as Dexter will be eliminated and heading home. They fall to Notre Dame 60-46. So we welcome you back to the broadcast booth. Joe Northern, Corey Sisk with you. Taking a look at the numbers between this one. Colton Johnson just doing an absolute dynamite job from the three-point arc tonight, but it wasn't just him that was really putting on a three parade.
No, both teams both teams shot really well. I felt like Tucker Temples from Dexter, he had he had several threes. I think 3 back-to-back, and then and he started the game off early on with a 3 and come in the fourth quarter with 3 back-to-back. So he had a big night from the three-point arc for Dexter. Obviously, unfortunately, wasn't good enough for them. They fell short. But looking at some of the comparisons, you got 46 points, obviously, for Dexter, 60. 16 for 41 Dexter from the field goal range. Our total shots, 2-point field goals, 7 for 22. They didn't really shoot a really good from the 2-point range. 3-point range, they were 9 for 19, 5 for 6 on free throws. Notre Dame, 24 for 47, 15 for 26, 9 for 21, 3 for 7. Rebounds for Dexter, they had 17 total, 6 offense, 11 defensive. Notre Dame, 24 rebounds total, 15 on offense and 9 on defense. I think the 15 offensive rebounds for Dexter as opposed to the 6 offensive rebounds for Dexter really helped Notre Dame with those second and third chance shots.
Taking a look tonight, so we can confirm that Notre Dame is going to be playing Charleston again coming up on tomorrow night. That'll be the 7:30 game, the late game in our consolation doubleheader. In some of the action we had earlier for you tonight, it was Kennett and Sikeston. It was our first chance we got to see what really Sikeston and Kennett were all about. And really, Sikeston, we've heard a lot of hype about them in this regular season. And it was just the Bulldogs that not only lived up to the hype, but got us even a little more excited, quite frankly.
Yeah, several dunks coming in from Williams. I think we were all kind of anticipating the home debut, if you will, of P.J. Farmer in Sikeston Bulldog uniform, and I think it lived up to that. I think he had a great game. I think his home debut was everything we expected it to be.
Yep, finished the night on 11 points, going 5 for 8 from the field overall. The big players in that one, Dontrez Williams with 19, Tristan Wiggins with 18. Again, this is going to be a team where you don't know who's going to score and lead the charge on any given night, but as long as Greg Hollifield has just different targets ready to go, this is going to be a team that is going to cause team fits no matter who they're playing in any setting.
Yeah, I think after tonight, after seeing Sikeston perform, they've got to be the favorites in this conference so far. I mean, like I said, plugging P.J. Farmer in there on your basketball squad this year, getting fortunate enough to get him, that was really a piece to the puzzle that I think Coach Hollifield was missing, and I think he's fortunate enough to have him this year.
Absolutely. So Sikeston is going to be taking on Poplar Bluff. That game not easy for the Mules to advance, though, but they do advance in overtime, 49-45, and again, kind of similar to the Sikeston game in some sense because you didn't know who was going to be leading and scoring, and 2 guys above the 10-point mark led by Torrance Williams, but he led in more ways than one, especially on the defensive front.
Yes, he came in with 5 blocks that game, 12 points. I think he had a double-double, 10 rebounds, 12 points, 10 rebounds, and like we said, 5 blocks. 2 were back-to-back. That is impressive in itself. If you didn't get a chance to watch him play, go back and watch it. That kid is something special.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it'll be Sikeston taking on Poplar Bluff in the first championship semifinal. That'll be Thursday night at 6. Cape Central Notre Dame will be the second one to follow on Thursday evening. And it is that time to give our 3 stars of the night. And my 3rd star is going to go to – I am actually going to give it to – somebody off Notre Dame, I should say, this evening, and that is going to be to one Colton Johnson, who just absolutely lit up the 3-point arc tonight with 12 points on the hand. Who's your 3rd star of really all the action we saw tonight? 3rd being 3rd best impressive, 1st star being 1st impressive.
You want me to rank them?
Yeah.
All the teams we've seen?
It's 3 stars, yes. Your 3 stars.
Well, if I had to give it to one, Colton was a good one for Notre Dame, but you've given that to him. So I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna give it to Williams, Dontrez Williams from Sikeston. I think aside from everything that he did on the floor, I think his showmanship was something that I haven't seen. the connection him and P.J. Farmer have is a connection a lot like Williamson and Jadis Jones has on New Madrid squad, and that's not something you find a whole lot around here. But coming away with 5 slam dunks, 2 alley-oops, and all the other points that he had, that's my 3-star.
All right, my 2nd star of the night, I am going to give it to a guy who helped out in the big routes this evening, and that's going to go to Tristan Wiggins. Not going to go with Dontrez Williams since you got him in your 3rd spot. 2nd star of the night, Tristan Wiggins, again dominating from the 3-point arc tonight, 4 of 6 in his 18-point effort this evening, and someone who is really, again, great from the perimeter, doesn't have the showmanship that we see from Dontrez Williams, but definitely providing the performance so far. So 2nd star for you. Who you got?
We're going to go back and look at some
let's
go back and look at our first game.
Going back to Jackson Poplar Bluff?
Yeah, let's go back to the Jackson Poplar Bluff game. Let's go to Jackson. That was the kid I was trying to think of, Koldeck. Koldeck came in, 17 points for him, 7 rebounds. I thought he played very well offensively and defensively for Jackson. He's going to be my 2nd.
And my 1st star of the night, I am actually going to keep it with Poplar Bluff and going to give it to really Torrance Williams, an absolute game changer in both sides of the ball this evening. Again, not the leading scorer of our 3 stars this evening, but quite simply, if you talk about a guy who got the job done when they needed it the most, it was Williams, who pretty much prevented 10 Jackson points, I feel, this evening.
Yes. That was the kid we were talking about with all the blocks. 2 in a row. Like he left his feet, blocked, came back down, landed, jumped again, and blocked another shot from a completely different player. So I agree with that one.
So that is our 3 stars of the night. Reminder, folks, we'll be joining you tomorrow night. Back from the broadcast booth, it'll be Jim Riker and Bobby Alford. I will join you for the Notre and Ag Solutions pregame report from our little corner on the stage coming up tomorrow night, beginning at 5:50. Corey, I will see you on Thursday evening. It's going to be a nice little doubleheader we'll have on Thursday night.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to calling those. Those are going to be some great games, and we'll see who can excel into the finals.
That we will. For our entire crew this evening, our executive producer tonight, Tori Peterson, producer Andrew Moore, directors Josh I and Tyler Lassiter, our statistician Garrett Hicks, and my partner, the enforcer, Corey Sisk. Joe Northern saying so long from the Fieldhouse, where the semifinals are set on both sides, and we will see you tomorrow night. So long, everybody.